Chair, he's verifying.
Okay.
We're now live, Chair Ben Brockman.
Thank you, Wayne. Well, welcome everyone to the September 9th meeting of the Oregon Transportation Commission. We are delighted to have all of you who are here to comment and listen to the meeting. Welcome everyone. Before I turn to the director's report, I want to, we've got a few scheduling. Yeah, first let's see if we can get the camera on. I think Commissioner Brown had asked for that. So what's the status of getting the video working? Wayne, do we have an update on the video?
We're having a little technical difficulty. Chair,
Okay.
hold on a sec.
Well, hang on for a second.
Last time here in the
Well, while we're waiting for that, maybe I can just make a couple of comments. First, I've learned we've got, oh wait, here we go. All right. We are coming on the video, so thank you. Let's, the screen's lighting up. The average age is decreasing every time someone other than me comes on the comes on the screen. We're making progress. So just let me again welcome everyone to the meeting, and we look forward to a fruitful discussion on a range of very important topics. I want to spend just a second before I turn to Mr. Strickler for the director's report. We have a couple of us who are running into some end of day time pressure. So I want to rearrange the batting order here on the agenda a little bit, so we make sure that we have a quorum for all of the action items. So after item D, which is the urban mobility item, and before the break, I want to take the consent agenda. That should be a fairly quick item. So it will be A, B, C, going the order based on the letter we assigned to each topic. The order will be A, B, C, D, I. Then we'll take the break. When we come back, I'd like to do H, then G, and then return to E and F and finish with F. So that way we're assured that we've got quorum for all the action items, and the informational items move to the end of the meeting. So I'd like to get that out right now to make sure, and I guess I'll turn to the director on this, that we can have those changes and get the appropriate members of the department to rearrange in light of scheduling issues. So Chris, any?
You bet, Mr. Chair.
Any concern?
We will rearrange. Nope, no concern. We will rearrange accordingly.
Okay, great. So with that, I'll turn to your report, Director Strickler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairman Brockman, members of the commission, good afternoon. Good to see you again. Chris Strickler, Director of the Oregon Department of Transportation. I'd have just a few items before you today, but a couple of them we're really proud of. Starting first, I want to announce the new climate director. So as most of you know, Ms. Peets has moved on from the director of our climate office to our division administrator. And we recently went out with a recruitment to replace or put a new person in that role. Hard to replace Ms. Peets, of course. Suzanne Carlson comes to us all the way from Tennessee, but frankly, she comes from multiple places around the country and brings a wealth of knowledge and a skill set that we are really looking forward to in the climate office. She has begun her journey with us already. We're really happy to have Ms. Carlson in as our climate office lead, and I wanted to make that announcement here today. The second item is for our communication section, but really it's also in response to our wildfire response effort. Two of our videographers have won multiple awards, and I will name both of them in a minute. But the awards really go kind of across the board. We've had a significant amount of work that has come in for our wildfire response. I would encourage each of you to take a look at our wildfire page, to look at the human stories that are being told right now in our response efforts. As most of you know, we just recently celebrated, or probably the wrong word there, but we recently reached the 1-year anniversary for a pretty devastating event, the Labor Day fires from last year. And since that time, we've been working within and for communities across the entire state of Oregon. And our videographers, Julie Murray and Rod Stevens, have done a fantastic job of capturing those unique and individual stories within the communities across Oregon. So I'd encourage you to see those. It's been great work. And then finally, the last topic that I would mention is the DJC of Oregon. So for those of you that aren't aware, that's the Daily Journal of Commerce of Oregon announced its 2021 Women of Vision Award winners. Amongst the winners, and before I mention the names, I should mention what the award captures. The awards honor women who are helping to shape the environment, the built environment in Oregon and Southwest Washington via their technical skill, leadership, mentoring efforts, community involvement, and promoting diversity within our transportation industry. It's exciting to have 2 ODOT employees as part of that. So I want to congratulate Ms. Lucinda Broussard and Ms. Mandy Putney for making this year's list of 2021 Women of Vision Awards. And then I'd also like to make mention of Ms. Erica Warren. Ms. Erica Warren is one of the facilitating professionals that we have on our Rose Quarter teams and working directly with the Historic Albina Advisory Board, and she was also named on this year's list. So an exciting time and quite an accomplishment for that group. Mr. Chair and members of the Commission, with that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Director. So first I want to welcome Suzanne to the department and to her first commission meeting. Great having her on board, and certainly climate is front and center on our list of things we're trying to focus on. So welcome, and we'll look forward to working closely with you at the commission level as well as the senior, as well as throughout ODOT on climate matters. And I had a little briefing on your background. Sounds fascinating. So look forward to getting to know you better and working closely with you on what are extremely critical issues for the state, the country, and the world in the realm of trying to abate degradation of the environment. So I also want to congratulate Lucinda and Mandy and Erica on their awards, well earned, and they are really important and talented members of our team. And of course, Lucinda and Mandy are leading critical projects for us in congestion pricing, value pricing, and the I-205 projects. So congratulations to both of them, as well as Erica. So with that, we will turn, unless there are comments from the commission, we will turn to public comment. Okay, Sabrina, you lead us through public comment?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
We're going to start off today with Mr. Washington from the Historic Albina Advisory Board. As soon as I unmute your mic, Mr. Washington, you have 3 minutes to provide public testimony, and please state your name and your affiliation for the record.
And maybe before you start, Sabrina, could you give us an idea of what the length of the list is here? Just so we all know. I know we've had interest at this meeting by a number of people who wanted to speak. So how many do
We
you
have 18 on the list
18.
to provide testimony today, so we have a full agenda of commenters.
Okay, and welcome, Mr. Washington.
Thank you very much for allowing me, Transportation Commission, to have a couple of your minutes. Wow, what a journey, to get here. We stand on the precipice of some of the most exciting times in the history of Northeast Portland. Hi, my name is John Washington. I'm the Executive Director of the Seoul District Business Association. I believe we are the longest standing organization that has been a part of this project thus far, and which has been a fascinating ride for us. But I'll tell you, there has been some things that we've been concerned about. And that is, for me, the number one concern is that we don't delay these projects in any kind of way, and is that we can get people to work as fast and as consistently and as for as long as we can possibly do so. That would be a feather in the cap of this project. No delays. The other part is that when we're looking at the next iteration of this journey for us, is that we consider the fact that as well as we've been here as long as we've been, is that we would like to make sure that the organizations that take us the rest of the way forward, that we maintain and be a part of that, the HAB maintains and stays a part of any of the economic development strategies on those covers, and that we begin to continue to not work in silos, but to continue to reinforce the community effort that we have set in tow thus far, which to me is really one of the most important aspects of what this project has been about. It has been about enlightening and waking up our community and coming together in such a way to where we believe that we can move the needle and move the agenda for our community. So it's really important for us to maintain the level of integrity through these processes and making sure that we all are a part of the economic development strategy to improve our community. Because it makes no sense for us to invest resources in the future aspect while we have so many businesses in our district struggling on a daily basis, that we need to begin to get these businesses, get these community members to work and get them moving. So I do appreciate you allowing me the opportunity to come in and share with you on behalf of this exciting opportunity. And believe you me, we are all excited about this opportunity, but we would like to continue to reinforce that we all stay connected, that we don't disenfranchise any aspect of the community, that we don't segment it, we don't fragment it, but that we all come to the table. We don't necessarily want people to come to the table who have not been a part of this process and come into it at the end of it, dictating the terms of the process. So thank you very much for allowing me to have this opportunity to share and be a part of this great moment in time. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. Very thoughtful comments. We appreciate them and look forward to continuing the journey you referred to. Sabrina?
Thank you, Chair. Next on the list, we have Mr. James Posey from the Community Oversight Advisory Committee. Mr. Posey, when I unmute your mic, please state your name for the record. And you have 3 minutes. Mr. Posey,
Yeah,
are you with us?
Can you
Yes,
hear
we can hear you now.
me? Okay, I'm sorry. Good afternoon. My name is James Posey. I'm a member of the COAC, the Community Advisory Committee, and I have just want to make my comments as brief as I possibly can. First, I want to thank the Commission for continuing to make this project a priority. Appreciate the real opportunities for the African American community as embodied in this project. I want to make just 3 points. First, I want to just say that oftentimes we're focused on the outside opposition for a project like this, but I want to hope I can cue the commission to the internal opposition to a project like this that might benefit the African-American community and maybe benefit folk in the Rose Quarter. Really, you know, it's been several decades that African-Americans have not been able to participate on these projects. And this particular configuration now gives us hope that we will be able to participate. And so I'm hopeful that you all will be conscious of the internal resistance to what happens on this project. Secondly, I want to reinforce the configuration of the current contractors. I know you all probably don't realize how fortunate we are to have a current configuration of contractors on this project. So I'm hopeful that you all will keep that configuration. Finally, I want to say we need to continue the current participation of community partners in this process. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the third point, is that you all have done a masterful job of having involvement of community partners, and I want you to make sure that they have real influence on how this project goes forward. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it very much.
Well, thank you. And certainly your points about the voices in the local community that in the past have not participated, and we hope and think are participating now, is a huge, we think, change and an essential one in order to have a credible process. So thank you for all of the work you've done and your colleagues, and thank you for taking the time to come talk to us today.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sabrina?
Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda, we've got Nate McCoy from the Rose Quarter Executive Steering Committee. Nate, I've unmuted your mic. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair Van Brocklin and Commission members. For the record, I am Nate McCoy, Executive Director of the National Association of Minority Contractors, conceived in 1996 as an organization that really works hard to support the interests of Portland's and the state's BBE, MBE, and WBE construction and professional service business community throughout Oregon and Southwest Washington. Our mission is very clear, to eliminate barriers to full participation on public and private projects, as well as design. And we are dedicated to partnerships such as ODOT, which is posed on this project to strengthen support for the growth and the sustained efforts of these DMW businesses on this catalytic project. We also know without question that these disparities, especially today, persist in all measures of contracting access for communities of color. Government policies dating back to the founding of this country systemically dismantled many businesses in many societal areas. And I would also mention that with local, state, and federal policies, we see that this catalytic project has a chance to, through procurement, change that trajectory and help move a marginalized community forward towards real economic gains. And in our opinion, this project can create contracting opportunities and careers unprecedented in Oregon's history, and intentionality towards opportunities that many BIPOC companies and diverse workforce don't quite see in this construction arena. And just for context, with between 150 million in contracting work on this project, roughly 100 million in wages and 1 million plus workforce hours, there's not another project right now on the horizon that can really create its own stimulus for these communities during COVID and beyond. And many of our NAMAC Oregon and Black community supporters also agree that building out developments in the surrounding area to its fullest capacity is crucial to restoring economic justice. We support the creation and meaningful community plan, recommending that the Historic Albina Advisory Board and other community-based organizations have a true seat at the table when those decisions and those plans are being conceived with the broader community interests. And what I would say in closing, we would also like to put a strict timeline in place for federal, state, and local governments to develop a funding plan for this new proposed project If a vital funding plan is not conceived in this timeline, we are recommending that the project move forward with other design considerations that have the funding to build this project out. This project is too important for the community to be delayed longer than this proposed 10 to 12 month delay. And in a time that is economically choking our community out, we think that we need to act sooner than later, and the time is now. So appreciate ODOT's efforts and partnership, and we look forward to building the village bigger and better into the future. So appreciate the time and look forward to follow-up considerations.
Thank you very much, Mr. McCoy. Appreciate your thoughtful comments.
Thank you.
Sabrina?
Okay, next up, we have Ben Nelson from the Oregon and Southern Idaho District Council of Laborers. Ben, you have 3 minutes to provide testimony. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Nelson, Chair Van Brocklin. Members of the Oregon Transportation Commission, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm a member of the Laborers Union and work as the Assistant Business Manager for the Oregon and Southern Idaho District Council of Laborers. Our council represents over 4,000 dedicated and hardworking construction craft laborers. I'm here today to advocate for the Rose Quarter I-5 project, this hybrid option 3 that's being discussed. I'm asking the commission to push forward and support this work. Our union has been working for over 100 years to create living wage jobs for Oregon's construction workers. We believe that every worker deserves family supportive wages and benefits. We are focused on building career opportunities and accomplish this through our apprenticeship training program and industry partnerships. The I-5 Rose Quarter project is one of these career building opportunities. This project could change people's lives. The scope and size of this project will not only provide work for the seasoned journey workers who are on their career path already, but will be an entry point for an entirely new class of apprentices. With its projected timeline, brand new union laborers could start on this project as a day one, first term apprentice and be a journey worker themselves by the time it's completed. They could have finished their apprenticeship training both in the classroom and in the field, all the while providing health care for their families, even investing in their own pension. Ensuring these life-changing opportunities are available to the entire community is a foundational value of the Laborers Union. Our union's apprenticeship program is likely one of the most diverse programs in the state. At this moment, our registered apprentices are roughly 48% people of color and 22% female. We are very proud to be a diverse and inclusive organization. This project will help us advance these goals as we continue to grow and welcome new members. The ask I have today is that the commission commit to making this project happen. We know there have been discussions and studies producing competing plans and goals. We believe in the hybrid 3 proposal and the expansion of the cap. Our most important concern is that the project moves forward, and our biggest fear is that the project gets stalled and this opportunity passes us by. In addition to the career building opportunities that a project like this provides, alleviating the historic bottleneck is also a critical need for Oregon's economy. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate your being here, and your comments are right on point. So thanks.
Okay, next chair we have Annette from the LIUNA Local 737. Annette, when I unmute your mic, you have 3 minutes, and please state your full name for the record.
Chair Brocklin and members of Oregon Transportation. My name is Anjanette Banuelos Bolanos. I am a member and a leader of the Laborers International Union of North America, otherwise known as LIUNA. Our union represents over 4,000 workers in the state of Oregon, thousands of whom work on construction projects around our state. We are the hardworking people who build the roads, the bridges, the buildings, and other essential pieces of public infrastructure that Oregonians use every day. I have come before the commission today to speak in support of the I-5 Rose Corridor project. I believe that it is essential that this project is built. The bottleneck in the Rose Quarter is a threat to our state's economy and has plagued our transportation system for too long. Many stakeholders have come together to provide input on this project, and we cannot afford unnecessary delays. We need to get this project done. The Rose Quarter project will be a career-defining opportunity for many members in LIUNA. LIUNA runs a union apprenticeship program that has pulled hundreds of workers out of poverty and given the opportunity to better their lives. From the most recent report, our union has 141 total active apprentices in Oregon. Of those apprentices, nearly 22% are women and 48% are racial or ethnic minorities. We pride ourselves on our apprenticeship program being the pathway to success for those who have too often been left behind in our society. I will tell you why and how the union has bettered my life. I am speaking today to tell you the benefits that the community agreements have on the people in the community. When I joined the trades, I was a single mom with 3 children, 2 of which were school age and 1 was an infant. I was living in my parents' spare bedroom, sharing a bunk bed with my children. I was on public assistance, getting $546 an aid a month. Then I went to Oregon Trade Women's Pre-Apprenticeship Program, and I joined the LIUNA Apprenticeship Program. When I was an apprentice, I was fortunate enough to be on projects that had these agreements. I was able to work in the community I lived in. You may ask why it is a big deal, and I'll tell you why. Working in the community I lived in meant less time commuting to work. I was able to let my children play sports they always wanted to, but before they was never able to because I wasn't home in time to take them to practice. I was able to save a little more money because I was not spending as much on fuel or takeout food. I was home early enough to actually cook dinner and help my children with their homework. Working close to home gave my children the sense of pride for what their mother did for a living. We would drive by our job sites often, and we still do to this day, and they proudly say, "My mom helped build that." The reason it is important to have women and minorities and apprentices on major projects is so that we can see that we can do the work as well. We can see that people like us can be successful in the trades, that we do not need to go to college and possibly rack up thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars into debt to provide a good life for our families. That we too can buy homes and break the generational cycles of barely getting by. Because of the union apprenticeship and the community benefits agreements, I was able to buy my first home in 3 years after joining the trades. Not only have I benefited from these agreements, so has my community. I reinvest in my community by my kids playing several youth sports, by shopping in the community's local stores. Now that I am a homeowner, I pay property taxes that in part go to the schools and communities. The bulk of the money that I make goes directly back into my community. I encourage you, Chair Brockman and members of the Oregon Transportation Commission, to not only support the I-5 corridor project with community benefit agreements, but also to enforce the agreements so that all parties involved can benefit equitably. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours. We really appreciate your being here, and the issues you're raising are fundamental on this project and others. So we appreciate your insights and your involvement.
Okay,
Sabrina?
next up we have Zach Colbert. Zach, you have 3 minutes and please state your name for the record.
Yeah, Zach Culver, Business Manager, Secretary Treasurer from the Laborers Union. And so Chair Brockman and members of the Transportation Commission, I would too like to thank you for, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Please continue.
Okay. I'd like to thank you for your service on the commission and the work that you do, as well as the time to present to you today. I'm going to try not to repeat a lot of the comments previously made, but some of them ring true to our membership. I am a member of the Laborers Union and currently have the honor of representing the membership as a business manager, secretary treasurer of Laborers Local 737. We represent over 3,000 workers in the state of Oregon. Over 2,000 of those workers work on the construction projects around the state, such as these transportation projects. These are essential opportunities for our membership. As Ben Nelson mentioned earlier, this type of project will offer an opportunity for somebody to apply to our apprenticeship, get accepted in, and potentially complete their apprenticeship. And that's a rare opportunity. And we really look forward to having it. We would encourage the commission to, get this project done and as soon as possible, get it started, as well as, the hybrid 3 model. We're in support of that as well. It looks like a good model that will support, and as long as it doesn't delay the project further. The Rose Quarter project really, will help fix the bottleneck, and I think will be essential in helping move forward the I-5 bridge project as well. I think with the bottleneck, it creates a challenge to that project. So we really look forward to seeing both those opportunities for our membership in the coming years. So really, this is a great opportunity for our membership, and we would just encourage that we get this project done, and the workers and the Oregon workers, not only the laborers union, but all other workers that will have an opportunity on this project, get the opportunity to see it to completion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Crandall. Very thoughtful comments, and we appreciate them.
Okay, next up we have Ada Crandall. Hopefully we haven't lost her or Robin, the next two. They are high school students joining us on their lunch break. Ada, you've got 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm part of a group with Robin Sack. Is it okay if Robin speaks first?
Sure.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Robin Sack, and I'm a 15-year-old currently in 10th grade at Grant High School. And I'm here to ask you to face the climate crisis directly and use your position on the OTC to push harder and demand that ODOT reduce carbon emissions by stopping the expansion of freeways, such as the Rose Quarter I-5 expansion. I have never skipped a class before in my 15 years of life, but now I'm calling you actually after my lunch break from an open classroom by myself, and I'm going to be late to my 7th period English class. And the sole reason is ask you to please listen to my voice, listen to my stories, and hope you listen and take action. I would rather miss out on 10 minutes of my English class than miss out on a livable planet. My future and the lives of countless youth are in your hands, and with continued climate inaction, you are risking letting our hopes and dreams of that livable future slip through your fingers. We cannot afford to ignore the climate crisis, to lose hundreds more lives, to live through 115-degree weather, and to throw my future to the curb. As people in positions of power, you have the opportunity to not do that. You can invest in the lives ahead of yours, invest in alternatives to driving, stop freeway expansions. You can just care, and that is not too much to ask. This summer, Portland went through 2 climate disasters. We experienced temperatures over 115 degrees, saw hundreds of lives lost across the state, crops burnt to a crisp, many of our houseless neighbors not provided the resources to get through the heat, and hope plummet. I stayed inside all day because I was scared. I was scared to face the reality of my present, the terrifying possibility of a hotter future, and the feeling of that on my skin, so I didn't. Until 11 p.m. when it finally broke 90 degrees. I was walking, I was breathing, but all I could register was the heat and how it was trapping me. My brain was lost in climate anxiety, forcing me to hold back tears as I walked around my neighborhood. But as soon as I walked through my door, I let go. I sobbed into my parents' shoulders as they promised me it will be okay. But how can they make that promise? How? The truth is they cannot. They're not growing up like me. They're not a 15-year-old living through climate disasters and heat waves that killed hundreds. I am practically seeing my life burn before my eyes, and the pain, grief, panic, and terror I feel from that is unbearable at times. Let me ask you, do you ever feel this way? Did the heat make you see your future in the way it did for me? No, because you are not 15. And if I can find the guts to break the rules and skip school, you can find the guts to fight for climate action. 40% of Oregon's carbon emissions come from transportation, and you are able to push ODOT to invest more in biking, walking, and transit instead of more lanes of polluting freeways. Make the decisions needed to prevent further damage to our present and take preventative action for our precious future. Please act. Stop expanding freeways and invest in bike, ped, and transit instead. For the youth and for me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ada, are you interested in speaking now?
Good afternoon, Chair Van Brocklin and members of the OTC. My name is Ada Crandall and I'm 15 years old. I'm supposed to be in class right now, but this is more important. My last testimony here was pretty harsh. I asked you how many more people would have to die from climate disasters for you to care. I asked you what it would take for you to realize we need to do something about the climate crisis. You heard all that and said, thank you for your comments. Just let that sink in. People are literally dying from your inaction, and the best you can do is thank me for my comments. I've been fighting against freeway expansion since 7th grade. I've experienced firsthand the consequences of a transportation system that prioritizes profit over our communities. I've breathed the pollution, witnessed the accidents, and mourned the deaths of those lost to your apathy. Today, I'm asking you to think about your values. I want to talk to you not as a sunrise organizer to members of the Oregon Transportation Commission, but as human beings. I want you to see that I'm not just a spokesperson for a political agenda. I am a real human, a child begging you to protect my generation's future, begging you to fight for us. You don't know what it's like to be a 15-year-old kept awake at night with climate anxiety, wondering what it will take for your leaders to listen, to panic, to do something. Think about when you were 15. What were you doing? Because I'm willing to bet you weren't skipping class to testify at obscure government committee meetings to explain to adults why, in the middle of a climate crisis, freeway expansion is a bad idea. It's absolutely ridiculous that Robin and I have to be here today. We should be able to trust that our leaders will act with our best interest in mind, that they will take action against the climate crisis. I've spent a lot of time thinking about how you could possibly justify to yourselves that what you're doing is okay, how you can sleep at night knowing you'd allow ODOT to continue expanding freeways and destroying our futures. Is it that you simply don't know the consequences of your actions? I'd like to remind you that 116 people died in climate disasters this summer. Those climate disasters caused in part by the 40% of emissions we all know come from transportation. It seems like at this point, if you don't understand the connection between freeways and climate change, then you aren't doing your job. So it must be then that you do understand all this, yet you still don't care. Well, you're trying not to. I've seen how you avert eye contact, how you literally run away from us when we protest outside your office, Director Strickler. I know you're scared. I know we're getting to you. And if you're not, then prove it. I dare you to show up at the next Youth versus ODOT strike and face the 50 teenagers who have spent the last 20 weeks rallying against you. Explain to us why freeways are more important than our futures. And if I'm right, if you are scared, I want you to consider what would be so bad about admitting you're wrong. What is the worst that could happen? A radical transformation in our transportation systems for the better, a legacy that you're proud to leave behind, a story to tell your children about how you did what was right and fought to stop the climate crisis? That doesn't seem like a bad thing to me. What is stopping you from voting no on freeway expansion? Is that thing more important than a livable future? Think about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ada. Sabrina?
Okay, next up we have Chris Smith from No More Freeways. Chris, you have 3 minutes and please state your full name for the record.
Good afternoon, Chair Van Brocklin, members of the commission. I'm Chris Smith, representing No More Freeways. I want to say that the adoption of a robust cover design is an important step towards restorative justice, but we can and must do better. I would refer you to our written remarks that you should have, and I'll highlight just a few points from those written remarks. The first, of course, is that we could cap this freeway without widening it. To achieve the housing and other goals that are accomplished by the caps, we could cap the existing freeway, and the public deserves to see what that option would look like. Second point refers to the independent cover assessment report and their recommendation that the roadway that is designed in the EA could be substantially narrower without reducing its function. They say as much as 40 feet could be removed from the roadway dimensions and still maintain the suggested lane configuration in the EA, and that would save tens or hundreds of millions of dollars in this project. I think it would be fiscally irresponsible if you didn't ask the agency to study that option. My third point, in the EA, the agency said that roadway pricing was not reasonably foreseeable, and therefore a pricing option was not studied in the EA. Your agency has now published a draft purpose and need statement for the regional mobility pricing project. So I think we can say with some certainty that pricing is now foreseeable, and any revised environmental assessment for this project should certainly consider that and consider a pricing option. And finally, I'll remind you that the main thrust of our advocacy is that a full environmental impact statement should be conducted for this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate your comments and clarity on your reaction to the hybrid 3 model or option. Sabrina?
Thank you, Chair. Up next, we have Joseph Courtwright. Joseph, you have 3 minutes, and please state your full name for the record.
Joe, are you on mute?
I can hear you fine.
Okay, great. Good. Welcome.
Hi, for the record, I'm Joe Courtwright. I am also with No More Freeways. And as you know, I've testified a number of times to you before. I'm here to testify against moving forward with the Rose Quarter project as proposed for a number of reasons. First of all, in terms of finance. In the space of a little less than 4 years, the cost of this project has ballooned by a factor of almost 3. It was sold as a $450 million project. It is now approximately a $1.2 billion project before you've moved a shovel of earth. This project will consume resources that could be used for all kinds of transportation projects and all kinds of employment creation in the state. And you haven't resolved fundamental issues of design and what, if anything, will be done for Tubman Middle School. Second, this project, as the 2 young women articulated far better than I, is a disaster from a climate perspective. Freeway widening will induce more traffic and more air pollution and more greenhouse gas generation. Investing over $1 billion to facilitate more car traffic is exactly the wrong thing to be doing now. Speaker Kotek, in voting against legislation your department proposed, said your projects need to be right-sized. You can right-size this project by making sure that it does not add additional capacity and generate more traffic. As I've noted in previous testimony, your staff has willfully concealed the true dimensions of this project and are building the capacity into the project for an 8 or 10 lane wide freeway for which they have not analyzed the environmental consequences. This project has a 70-mile-per-hour design speed, and your department's own guidelines for designing urban freeways say it should be no more than 50. As Chris Smith alluded to, it's not going to, there's no reason to design it as wide as you have. And by designing a wider roadway, you will induce more traffic. Now, I know you have constructed the bureaucratic fig leaf of a quote unquote peer review panel, which you say has validated the project's air quality analysis. But Grace Kruniken, former ODOT director and chair of that panel, testified to an advisory committee that they didn't look at the veracity of the travel forecasts, and therefore their air quality analysis is suspect. And then, as Chris also mentioned, there's no way for you to move forward now without actively considering tolling. The governor instructed you more than a year and a half ago to include tolling in your analysis, and you did not do so. It is long past time to consider what the effects of tolling would be, and your own consultants have said if you toll this project, there is no need to build additional capacity, and you'll get an equivalent amount of congestion relief. Finally, it is imperative that you do a full NEPA analysis for this project. I know everyone in favor of this project wants to move ahead quickly, but I can guarantee you if you move ahead with haste and don't comply with federal environmental laws, this project will be delayed even longer. So you need to do a full environmental impact statement, one that looks at all the alternatives, one that addresses fundamental questions like induced demand and the true size of the project, and which addresses the flaws that we have pointed out in the project's travel forecasts. A new full environmental impact statement is required because this project is vastly different than what you proposed in the original EA. You now have a long tunnel, you've changed the location of ramps. This has a totally different effect on the local street system, which as yet you have not analyzed and which the public remains unaware. The Hybrid 3 is just at best a sketch. We need a full environmental analysis of Hybrid 3 before we move forward. And finally, I hope you will desist from cynically pitting the interests of people who care about the environment against those who care rightly about jobs and economic justice. Anytime we spend money, we can create opportunity for people. We do not need to spend money on projects that destroy the planet. And as the 2 young women, Ada Crandall and her compatriot, testified to you, it should be the burden of you as the transportation commissioners to come up with alternatives that meet all of our objectives, including saving the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Sabrina?
Thank you, Chair. Next up, we have Sarah Ianaron from the Street Trust. Sarah, you have 3 minutes. Please state your full name for the record.
Yes, thank you. Sarah Ianaron, I'm the Executive Director of the Street Trust. We're a nonprofit organization working toward a complete, safe, low carbon, multimodal transportation system that contributes to equity in access, opportunity, health, and prosperity for the people of the Portland metro region and beyond. I'm betting you're glad that you're not representing New York's Transit Commission or New Orleans after we watched what the climate just did to their transportation systems. Fortunately for us, it was just 124-degree temperatures recorded in Lents, adjacent to 82nd Avenue out here in Southeast Portland where I live. Really decimating the ability, especially of low-income people and our workers to survive. So I want to echo the sentiment that Mr. Courtwright just said, which I think it's abysmal that we have pitted minority contractors, organized labor, and environmentalists against each other in these very, very important discussions about our future. Here in Oregon, we are bearing collective witness to the climate emergency, and it is unfolding with increasing speed and intensity and with massive impacts to human life, community stability, and economic prosperity that we're all going to share, regardless of where we are in the political spectrum or economic spectrum. I've submitted a memo to you on the future of urban mobility in the greater Portland metro region. I hope that you'll take a moment to read that policy paper. But what I want to point out is 4 points as you hear from the Urban Mobility Office today. 1, we need to make sure that urban mobility is not just a euphemism for freeway expansion. We need to really think about cutting edge systems for moving people around urban areas. And we need to make sure that Urban Mobility Office and the Climate Office and Climate Action Plan are aligned. We need to make sure that we accurately price our transportation system, our roadways in particular, to make sure that we are mitigating demand before we design and build projects, including the Rose Quarter, including the crossing across the Columbia River. We need to make sure that we've got the right demand in hand before we design and build.
Turn your camera off.
Then I suggest that we follow the Colorado Transportation Commission's lead and develop a planning rule that encourages us to account for pollution and greenhouse gas emissions at the beginning of projects so that we're not coming to the table again and again like we are after the fact to have these debates. The time is too short. We have work to do and there aren't excuses that can be made anymore. We need to begin today. So I encourage you again, please read my memo. Please join us. Don't stand in opposition to the community, and let's work on getting this done together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. Sabrina?
Thank you. Next up, we have Angus Duncan from the Natural Resource Defense Council. Angus, you have 3 minutes, and please state your full name for the record.
Angus, are you there?
Sorry, didn't see the unmute.
That's all right. Welcome. Glad to have you here.
Secret buttons everywhere. Thank you, Bob.
Yeah, exactly.
Try again. So this is Angus Duncan. I represent the Natural Resources Defense Council, a national environmental organization in the Pacific Northwest, and I am also former chair of the Oregon Global Warming Commission. I wasn't sure from the agenda exactly where my remarks might best fit, but I reference ODOT's performance measurements in the memorandum that is in your packet, noting that DMV wait time still appears in the list, while neither climate nor greenhouse gas reduction do. This might just be vestigial language, of course, but as my critique observes at length, it is not an inaccurate reflection of the department's apparent priorities. The first figure in the memorandum notes that transportation emissions in 1990 were 21 million metric tons per year. 10 years later, in 2000, they were 23 million metric tons per year. And almost 10 years later, in 2019, they're still 23 million metric tons per year. Going forward, and with ODOT's existing priorities shaping the future, the agency projects reducing its share of greenhouse gas emissions from 23 to 17 million tons per year by 2050. When, to be consistent with Oregon's adopted greenhouse goals, transportation emissions should not be exceeding 4 million tons per year. That's a pretty big gap. Meanwhile, while transportation emissions are stuck going sideways, Oregon is moving to reduce electricity emissions 80% by 2030 and to zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2040. The Global Warming Commission just recommended to the governor at least a 30% gain in forest carbon capture by 2050. That's about 10 million metric tons more per year captured and sequestered. And bluntly, even if transportation emissions edge downward, as ODOT projects it will be now, largely due to national policy and technology trends, with little apparent help from the Transportation Commission or ODOT. It is gratifying that ODOT has issued a climate action plan, even if it comes almost a decade after staff and stakeholders, including myself, including the former chair, Gail Achterman, together developed and delivered the STS to the commission, only to have it shuttled to a shelf in ODOT storage. But this climate action plan is nothing like the STS. It's not a strategy with goals, tools, linkages, tracking, and accountability. You have my critique in your package, and I've discussed it with both Amanda and Suzanne, so I won't repeat it here. Just a couple of summary final comments. First, that if greenhouse gas reductions are truly a priority at ODOT, it should be reflected in ODOT's performance measurements and discernible in ODOT's planning and budgets. It's not. Second, the commission must convert this cap to a true, updated, data-driven, interconnected STS strategy. A strategy, not a list. Third, the commission should undertake a third-party independent audit of ODOT's carbon planning, budgets, and outcomes every 2 years. Fourth, you must be laser focused on transit, urban design, and above all on enabling and incenting fleet conversion from gasoline and diesel to electric vehicles as the STS proposed. And finally, in your planning and your funding, you need to pay a special attention to the critical and more complicated transportation needs of low-income households. These are the people with fewer choices of where to live and where to find work, so they are more dependent on an accessible, affordable, and clean multimodal transportation network. I commend to you the details in my memorandum, and thank you for your time this morning. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Angus. Great comments. Thank you for coming and talking to us. Sabrina?
Okay, up next we have Ha Hagedorn from the Oregon Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. You have 3 minutes, and please state your full name for the record.
Hi, so my name is How Hagedorn. I'm the chair of the Oregon Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. I'm here today testifying on behalf of my committee, and this is in regards to the Transportation Safety Action Plan. First, we'd like to acknowledge that updating the Transportation Safety Action Plan is much needed and a good step in the right direction to achieve zero deaths. We appreciate that this update identifies the need to address transportation safety and recognizes vulnerable road users, including people who walk and bike. And we also appreciate that improving safety requires the collective efforts of stakeholders, from transportation agencies to medical services to public health to advocates and the traveling public. The plan also recognizes the need to address safety comprehensively through infrastructure improvements, policy, legislation, and education. And then finally, it starts to acknowledge the disproportionate impacts felt by historically underserved communities, in particular Black and Indigenous communities. However, as the plan suggests, we are concerned that this incremental change is not good enough, evidenced by the continuing increase in traffic fatalities. We are failing as a state to reverse our fatal and severe injury crash trends. Many of the actions identified in the TSAP are too vague and lack specifics that are needed in order to be effective. The plan lacks direction on what changes need to be made to funding allocations and what legislative changes need to be made in order to achieve the various safety goals. Furthermore, the TSAP does not address the following issues. First, how does this differ from previous plans, and what is ODOT doing differently than in the past 10 years to make our entire transportation system safer? In 2010, there were 292 fatal crashes. And by 2019, fatal crashes increased by a staggering 64% to 456 fatal crashes. In 2020, the city of Portland saw the highest number of traffic fatalities in the past 24 years. 2021 is on track to break that record. If this is consistent with numbers across the state, ODOT will not meet its performance targets. If data are critical to decision-making, does the TSAP address how ODOT will resolve the issue of data timeliness in obtaining crash data imperative to making informed decision-making? Right now, it takes 2 years to get crash data. The data also consistently show that arterials are the most dangerous roads with a significant proportion of traffic fatalities and serious injuries. How does the TSAP address specific actions to remediate the issues that make arterials so dangerous to all users of the transportation system, especially people who walk? And finally, while the plan attempts to address racial equity and disparities, enforcement is mentioned 221 times, with equity mentioned 86 times in the TSAP. If racial equity is a priority, there should be a focus on unbiased solutions rather than increased law enforcement actions that require the intervention of police officers. Safety is of utmost importance to OMPAC and one of the goals in our work plan. With that, we appreciate the opportunity to submit our comments for further consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sabrina?
Okay, up next we have Mr. King. Please state your full name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and Oregon Transportation Commission, for this opportunity to speak. Hi, my name is Rodney King. I'm a newly retired Army veteran in the area. I'm a new business owner as well in post-construction cleaning. And just want to mention that I'm an advocate for economic development and what these projects can help develop in the near future for that'll support small businesses, improve workforce training, and create new jobs in Portland. These projects will give small businesses like mine the opportunity to work with big contractors. Prior to this, it was less than opportunities for us, small businesses and people in the BIPOC community. This will give us a chance to get our name known and to build valuable relationships within our community. I'm grateful for the new attitude that ODOT and all the decision makers are having toward these developments and changes for the new future. Moving forward for economic growth, I see that done properly, this will make Portland and surrounding areas more competitive, equitable, and thriving as a city like it should. I do agree with the high school students that they made some very great points about the environmental issues and the traffic issues that are a concern. I believe that proper research and analysis and the decision-making process, during that process will be paramount during this time. Just want to leave with giving everybody this, that people aren't the problem. People should be our passion. So just moving forward, I believe in what we're doing, yet there's proper ways to do it. And I thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much, Mr. King. Appreciate your attending the meeting. Sabrina?
Okay, up next we have Sarah Wright from the Oregon Environmental Council. Sarah, please state your full name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Van Brocklin and members of the Oregon Transportation Commission. I'm Sarah Wright, Transportation Program Director with Oregon Environmental Council. And I'm here today to highlight the comment OEC submitted last week, along with 21 other organizations, asking you to prioritize climate and equity outcomes in decisions about spending federal dollars. Oregon anticipates increased federal funding for transportation, and the OTC will face many decisions about how to spend and direct those investments. We encourage you to prioritize these spending choices with a focus on building a transportation system that works for Oregonians, one that is equitable, safe for people of all ages and abilities, and climate smart, and more efficiently uses the space and resources we have. We urge the Commission to direct that additional funding to projects that are most effective in reducing emissions and VMT, transit infrastructure and service, transportation electrification, and biking and walking infrastructure. This is an opportunity to accelerate along the trajectory you established with the STIF allocation last year. It is also an opportunity to make real progress on the Governor's executive order on climate action and the implementation of the statewide transportation strategy. This is particularly an opportunity to spend money on the essential elements of the transportation system that are not eligible for Highway Trust Fund money, many of which provide big benefits in air quality, climate, health, access to opportunity, and more jobs per dollar spent. We also encourage you to use this opportunity as a way to further develop ODOT's analysis and planning tools for measuring and prioritizing investments based on climate and equity outcomes, and for evaluating how the whole ODOT budget reflects the agency's strategic action plan goals. We look forward to helping support and inform this process as these decisions unfold. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate your coming. Sabrina?
Okay, last on our list today, we have Cassie Wilson from the Sunrise Movement. Cassie, please state your full name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair Van Brocklin and members of the OTC. My name is Cassie Wilson. I live in Boring. I'm a member of Sunrise PDX, and I'm 23 years old. I'm here to once again ask that this commission stop rubber stamping ODOT's proposals to invest billions of dollars into harmful freeway expansions and instead start seriously investing in climate resilient, efficient, and accessible transit, bike, and ped infrastructure statewide. A year ago today, I felt the impacts of climate change personally for the first time as the entirety of Clackamas County underwent some level of evacuation order. My family and I frantically packed our things and evacuated as smoke rolled in over town. While the impacts from climate change weren't new, that was my wake-up call. And we've had dozens of wake-up calls since then. Every day this summer, I've opened my curtains and asked myself, are those clouds or smoke? Most days, including today, the answer is smoke. And when I opened the front door today, you could even smell it as it creates a thin fog over our drought-stricken forest. A year ago, I would have never thought I'd be testifying before you today to beg for a livable future because I didn't even know the OTC existed. A year ago, I didn't know about our transportation emissions, but I saw a problem, climate change, learned about it, and started taking action to fight for our future. It's time this commission does the same. Sunrise has been striking outside of ODOT's Region 1 headquarters every other week since the end of April. Last week was our 10th strike. We held the event directly after the teenage leader's first day back to school. That's how serious this is to us. As an older member of the Sunrise Hub, though still just 23, I find it really frustrating that this is how we as young people are having to spend our time. It doesn't have to be like this if only the adults in charge, including the OTC, decided to fight for our future. ODOT's only response to our 20 weeks of demanding climate justice is to ask their janitor to power wash our sidewalk chalk art off their sidewalks the second we leave. I mean, I'd be embarrassed too to be called out by teenagers demanding better, but if elected officials can take the time to talk to us, then you can too. And if you think we're terribly wrong in our demands, then prove it by showing up to one of our next strikes and talking to us about it. Washing our words away doesn't make us go away. Support for our demands is growing with every strike, and it's time you realize that business as usual isn't acceptable anymore. I honestly don't know how any of you can sleep at night knowing your inaction and acquiescence to building even more fossil fuel infrastructure is letting down an entire generation and every generation thereafter. If you can't meet this moment with the bold climate action we need, then you need to step aside and make space for someone who can. I'm personally inviting you to join us at one of the upcoming ODOT youth climate strikes every other Wednesday at 4:30 p.m. Now I'm going to go spend 3 hours in a meeting that I'm already late to, volunteering my time on my county's climate action plan, because that's how young people have to spend our time, doing the work that should have been done years ago to protect a livable future. Thank you.
Thank you. Sabrina, do we have others?
Nope, Chair, that's all that we have. Our last individual did not show up, so we are done with public comment.
Okay, well, I want to thank everyone for coming today who came in to comment, and all of you who have participated, if not in this meeting, in the past. It's important for us to hear from you, and thought-provoking in terms of what we face as members of this commission. So with that, I am going to turn to agenda item D and ask a panel from the Urban Mobility Office and Assistant Director Brower to join us for a presentation. So welcome.
Hi there. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon. Great to see you all.
Good to see you. Yes, you can hear me. That's the first test. Well, thank you. I'm Brendan Finn, Director of ODOT's Urban Mobility Office. Sabrina, you can go ahead and bring up our slide deck. Thank you. Appreciate you having us here. This is our standing update. We do have a few up. I guess I heard it's a little hard to hear me. Getting a message on that now. Let me know, and I'll try to turn up the volume here or speak a little louder. I'm joined today by Toll Program Director Lucinda Broussard, Rose Quarter Project Director Megan Channel, and as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, okay, now I'm seeing there's an echo. All right, technical difficulties in the virtual world. I'll try to get through this. And I'm asking, and I'm told to put earbuds in. Sorry, trying to do this via through the computer. I will go on to my phone right now. Bear with me for just a second, Mr. Chair.
Of course. It's never happened to anybody else. I know. It's a
Okay, I'm getting lots of messages that I'm okay now. Mr. Chair, can you hear me all right?
yes.
Okay, I'm going to proceed.
Okay. Please do.
As you mentioned, I also have ODOT's Assistant Director of Regular Finance and Compliance, Mr. Brower, with us as well. Was very happy to hear Director Strickler make the recognition that the Daily Journal of Commerce did as well in their 2021 Women of Vision Award for Lucinda Broussard and Mandy Putney from the Urban Mobility Office. The commission will remember that it was a year ago that Deputy Director Della Mosier was also recognized for that award. I get to work with them every day, so I get to see the talent and the level of leadership there. But I'm just also very proud that now they've gotten that recognition that's very due in a public way. So I just wanted to put that on the record as well. Very, very proud of their work, and again, honored to be able to work with them. Next slide, please. Well, we're coming up on the second birthday of the Urban Mobility Office, and briefly wanted to go over what our charge is, our values that drive our outcomes, how we promote equity and inclusion, how we respond to the issues around climate change and reducing our carbon footprint, how we reduce congestion, create a reliable system that promotes mobility for all. That system also needs to be safe and resilient. To do so, we also need to find reliable funding for those objectives. Next slide, please. So how do we show up to do that? Well, Chair, Commissioners, you know the core of our work is through the Comprehensive Congestion Management and Mobility Plan. We've come with different iterations of the maps that we've had. This one's a little bit more simple, a little less busy. It reflects more of the tools and that we've been given through House Bill 2017 and more recently House Bill 3055 through the legislature and approval by the governor. These reflect projects and programs that show our commitment to not only active transportation, to enhancing transit, again, creating a safe and seismically resilient system throughout the Portland metro region. And then, of course, managing the demand and congestion on the system through a regional pricing project, which I will turn it over quickly to Lucinda on in just a moment here. I do want to make a note that our congestion pricing system will be operational by the completion of the Rose Quarter Improvement Project. Something we just want to continue to make sure is on the record. One of the things that's not on this map, Commissioner, chairs and commissioners, is a project that we've had in previous iterations that's going to be going live here shortly. And that is a bus on shoulder project that's going to be going just south of the confluence between I-5 and I-205 for that 2-mile segment heading towards Wilsonville. A very congested portion of our system that will now, based on the leadership and collaboration between Region 1 Major Projects Unit led by Jason Kelly and Smart Transit out of Wilsonville. They will be during highly congested times, utilizing the shoulders to get through those highly congested areas during peak hours. I wanted to show that because folks may be seeing those buses up and down that corridor, utilizing our infrastructure in that way. So cheers to that. I know Commissioner Brown, the transit agencies around Oregon have a real friendly competition about who utilizes technologies around low emission transit. And I know your transit agency has made many strides in that regard. Smart Transit is also planning on having 100% alternative fuel bus fleet by 2028. That's pretty impressive. So we're excited to see that happen as well. So Chair, Commissioners, utilizing our infrastructure to prioritize transit, alternative fuels, electrifying our transportation system, and congestion pricing. These are the best practices for reducing greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector that contribute to climate change. Thanks to your leadership, ODOT is in a leadership role in the nation on these efforts, and we will continue on. So with that, I want to talk a little bit more about how we're utilizing pricing in that regard. So I'd like to turn it over to our award-winning project director, Lucinda Broussard, to talk about the Regional Mobility Pricing Project. Director Broussard, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much for that acknowledgement. Again, Lucinda Broussard, TOW Program Director. Next slide, please. Thank you so much. The Regional Mobility Pricing Project, which Brendan, I'm going to say alluded to because he's going to let me dive into it a little bit more, thank you, is about moving. It's almost like bottlenecks. If you think about a bottleneck, it happens along the way. It doesn't happen at the end of something. It happens as you go through. And what we're trying to do is alleviate those bottlenecks and smooth out the system. So the Regional Mobility Pricing Project is from Boone Bridge all the way to the interchange there, North Columbia Boulevard, close to the IBR. And then south of the Glenn Jackson Bridge, all the way down to I-5 and I-205 meet. So it is a complete system. Along the way, there are some projects there that Brendan mentioned. There's the I-205 project, which is the 7 miles between OR 213 and Stafford Road. There's you can't see it on this map, but Brendan's map showed the Rose Quarter, which is on the I-5. So there are things happening along the way, but to keep traffic, it's almost like to dissipate that and keep it all moving, we have to price the whole system. So that's where the congestion pricing comes in at. And we're doing both things. We're trying to manage congestion and actually pay for all of these improvements we're trying to do. Next slide, please. The Regional Mobility Pricing Project, though, is in its beginning. So we're at the infancy stages with this one. And we're out talking about what is the purpose and need of it? Why do we need to do it? Why is it important? You've heard a lot about congestion, a lot about what's going on. You know, it's almost like there's congestion, there's climate, there's safety, there's economic benefits. All of those things work together when you're talking about pricing a continual, it's like a continuum. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see some of the responses we received from folks when we were out talking and asking, why do we need a regional mobility pricing project? And all of them kind of go around congestion, not enough money to do things, inequity in our system, and multimodal, doing more. Brendan talked about bus on shoulder. We talked about reduce the greenhouse gases. All of these things are what people are talking about. We kind of boiled it down to just a few. And if you can go to the next slide, came up with our draft purpose and need, which one of our commenters said we had out there. Here's our draft purpose and need based on all the comments we received, kind of boiled down into one statement. Why would we need to do a regional congestion pricing project? And it's basically the same thing. Everybody's concerned about congestion. This one is congestion and revenue generation. Revenue generation helps with the other things. That helps with the climate. It helps with the safety. It helps with the equity. So it's actually building it all up and saying, here's the purpose of it. So this purpose and need statement is out now. It's just a draft. We're asking people to comment on it, get back to us as we keep refining it to go into a NEPA process or a national environmental process. If you can go to the next slide. We also have just started a new committee. Actually, the first meeting is on Monday. It's a Region 1 Act Plus toll working group. So we want to talk a lot more about how tolls work, kind of fundamental for tolls, not just projects, but tolls. We want to talk about toll rates, how toll rates are set. We want to talk about the impacts. So we're starting this work group. It starts on Monday the 13th at 5:30. It's Region 1 Act Plus is what we're calling it, the toll working group. Next slide, please. And I will pass it now to Director of the project, Rose Porter, Megan Channel.
Thanks, Lucinda, and good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Megan Channel, Rose Porter Project Director. I am here this afternoon really for a focused update on the project's highway cover design process and to request direction from the Commission on the highway cover design concept to advance for further evaluation as part of the project development process. So next slide, please. As an overview, I'll provide a brief review of the independent highway cover assessment process, discuss the hybrid 3 design and process to get to a community recommendation, the next steps that the agency would take to further the evaluation of the highway cover design concept, and then ultimately requesting the Commission's direction. Next slide. So as directed by yourselves in January of 2020, the project team did retain a consultant team to perform an independent assessment of the project's highway cover design. And this consultant team led by ZGF was selected by a panel consisting of Albina Vision Trust, Metro, the City of Portland, Portland Public Schools, and ODOT. And the consultant teams were tasked with creating up to 3 alternative cover scenarios, really identifying how the transportation improvements could provide the greatest potential for restorative justice and benefit the Black community of historic Albina. The executive steering committee was also charged with guiding the consultant team's work. There were 3 engagement sessions that were performed by the independent team, including meetings with project advisory committees, community workshops, online open houses, and other participants provided feedback on different highway cover scenarios. The workshops focused on community visioning, neighborhood framework development, then leading into generating design scenarios and then refining those design scenarios and considering cost and governance of those highway cover design scenarios. So today's presentation is the end of this process. The request of the Commission really marks the completion of the independent cover assessment process, and moving forward and pending the direction received today, the project team will lead the evaluation and the design of the highway cover, carrying forward the good work of the independent consultant team and the community through this process. Next slide. So this is an overview of the different design scenarios that were developed by the independent consultant team. The consultant team first developed a range of scenarios leading to 3 for investigations. Those were shown at the top of your screen. Oh, I'm getting an echo. Okay, I think it's gone.
Yep. Appears to be gone, Megan.
All right. These scenarios include, different features that expand the length and the width of the highway covers, reconfigure the local street network, consider relocation of the I-5 ramp locations, and then modify bicycle and pedestrian connections over I-5. On the bottom half of your screen here, you'll see that hybrid scenarios were developed, and these were really developed in direct response to stakeholder and community requests for options that would meet the goal of maximizing land development on top of the highway covers, while also minimizing substantial project delays. So the hybrids include many of the same features, albeit removing elements that would have resulted in substantial delay to project construction. So through this process, Hybrid 3 did rise to the top, and it best achieving the range of community goals. And I will go into Hybrid 3 design shortly. Next slide. So the independent consultant team did conclude their work with a final report in July of this year. This was used to form the basis of the recommendation in front of you today, but really the recommendations developed by the Historic Albina Advisory Board, as supported by the Executive Steering Committee, as well as the Community Oversight Advisory Committee, and then in addition to the governor-led discussions with other community stakeholders. Next slide. So throughout these discussions, there was a lot of conversation, but several key themes emerged around defining success. So in the conversations, we heard that a successful highway cover design really is defined as one that brings investment into and provides long-term benefits to the Black historic Albina community. As part of this, the community also shared that success meant that the highway cover land would be, again, maximized along with economic opportunities and jobs for the Albina community. Also, that access and safety would be provided for people walking, biking, driving, using transit within and through the project area. And there was also a great deal of interest in ensuring that any new highway cover design minimize impacts to the surrounding community, and specifically Harriet Tubman Middle School. Next slide. We also heard in these conversations 3 key priorities for the highway cover design. Again, maximizing cover space to create a vibrant and prosperous space for the Albina community, creating a reconnected street grid, as well as minimizing delays and staying the course for construction of the project starting in 2023. I'd say as part of the schedule priority 2, something I want to highlight is we also heard about the importance of maintaining the existing construction management general contractor contract. That's currently with Hamilton Sunt Joint Venture in association with Raymore Construction. This is really in the conversations in recognition of ODOT's historic shift to an alternative delivery method for the project, and hiring Oregon's largest Black-owned construction firm, and the significance of this within the community. Next slide. So all of these priorities led to the focus and really ultimate community recommendation of Hybrid 3 design option. So just for a quick orientation, this slide illustrates the general highway cover area of the project. You can see that shown in the pink color. The green on the screen represents the I-5 mainline improvements, while the blue shows the multimodal local streets that would be improved by the project. So you can see here that all of these elements really intersect within that highway cover area. Next slide. So with this, now I'm going to dive into the overview of Hybrid 3, which again is seen to achieve the top community priorities around maximizing space, reconnecting the grid, and minimizing schedule delay. So this graphic illustrates the Hybrid 3 design, which as compared to the baseline or current project design, it does expand the length of the highway cover to the north. It relocates the I-5 southbound ramps to the south of the highway cover. It includes new street connections across I-5, and it removes the Clackamas bicycle and pedestrian bridge and programs the pedestrian and bicycle improvements to the Weidler and Broadway corridors, as part of the city's Green Loop project. Next slide. So a bit more detail on all of that. With Hybrid 3 on the left side of your screen, Flint Street is rebuilt across I-5 as part of the expanded cover, and this helps create a complete grid over I-5. The southbound off-ramp is also relocated to the south of the highway cover, really to the same intersection and location where the existing I-5 southbound on-ramp is today, right at the corner of Moda Center. And the I-5 on-ramp would stay in this location under Hybrid 3 instead of being relocated to the highway cover edge on Weidler. The ramp relocation does help improve walkability of the streets in the center of the highway cover. And so with further evaluation of and modification to local streets in the ramp terminal area, specifically at that southbound ramp area, we see opportunity for this ramp relocation to continue to achieve the safety and operational goals on the I-5 main line. Next slide. So this slide focuses in on the street grid. With the street grid, Hybrid 3 does create and support direct street frontages that support future uses on new center blocks created by the highway cover. And just again highlighted here, the city's Green Loop bicycle and pedestrian facilities would also be located on Broadway and Weidler through the center of the highway cover in lieu of a separated bridge. Next slide. Hybrid 3 also supports viable development space. You know, this was a key point of focus as part of the independent assessment process. So again, this is about maximizing land on the highway covers. So the green area demonstrates where new high quality development could be programmed on top of the highway cover. The independent consultant team's evaluation of Hybrid 3 did assume that the highway covers would support up to 3-story buildings on top, and an acknowledgement that further evaluation would be required for taller buildings, knowing that there is community interest in exploring the potential for 5 to 6-story buildings on top. The types of buildings and development on top of the covers can and will likely vary. We know that the responsibility of this future programming and governance of the uses on top of the highway cover will be led by an agency with land use authority. The project's role is really to create the space, the highway cover structure over I-5, with a separate process developed to determine the uses and the development on top. Next slide. I know that schedule has been top of mind in the conversation as well, so I want to do a deep dive onto schedule here. Hybrid 3 does allow the project to begin construction in 2023 while still accommodating the additional time needed for the design rework and evaluation for the new cover concept. So before I dive into the specific schedule details, I just want to highlight that moving forward, we're going to be talking about the project as 3 separate and distinct work packages. So on the left side of your screen, you'll see early work package A. This is the construction package to the north. It's the I-5 mainline improvements north of the highway cover area connecting to the 405 interchange. On the right side of your screen, you'll see early work package B. That's a construction package to the south. Again, the I-5 mainline improvements south of the highway cover area connecting to the I-84 interchange. And then in the center, we're looking at a construction package, which is the main construction package, including the highway covers, the I-5 mainline improvements underneath them, as well as the local street improvements intersecting. So we expect for Hybrid 3 on the schedule bar below in green, we expect it'll take about 10 to 12 months to conduct design, technical analysis, environmental review for the Hybrid 3 design. But during this time, we'll be collaborating with our Federal Highway Administration and acknowledgement that they do make the final determination for the environmental review process. We do believe that this work can be done concurrently with the design of early work packages A and B, allowing us to move forward with those designs and starting construction of those in 2023. This is significant because it helps keep us on track for our disadvantaged business enterprise and workforce program. And those early work packages actually are areas where we see the greatest opportunities for the disadvantaged business enterprise jobs. So the final design and construction for the central work package, the highway cover area, does get pushed out, as does the end of project construction. But again, with this approach, we can do the concurrent work to achieve the near-term job creation while also maximizing land on the highway cover as part of Hybrid 3. And on schedule, again, just understanding a number of stakeholder requests around congestion pricing to be operational before completion of the Rose Quarter project. This schedule also continues to meet that, as Brendan noted earlier in the presentation. Next slide. I'm going to jump into cost now. But before I do that, just a bit of a framing on the cost comparison. So I'm going to share the project cost that we have for the baseline project. That's the project that received its federal environmental approval and was costed in the 2020 cost to complete report as presented to you as a commission back in January of 2020, as well as the cost for Hybrid 3. So for reference, the baseline project does include 2 separate highway covers intended for roadways, bike lanes, sidewalks, and open space. Hybrid 3 does include 1 cover. It's longer, it's wider, it's able to accommodate 2 to 3 story buildings throughout, as well as those new street connections and ramp relocations. So on the next slide, we'll get to the cost numbers. On the left side of your screen is the baseline cost. So the baseline cost, as was reported in the 2020 cost to complete report, was assumed to be the 715 to 795 million. Again, this included open space highway cover uses where 2 to 3 story buildings could be put in spot locations, but not throughout. This cost estimate is also based on a 15% design level. The baseline cost estimate is also assumed in 2025 dollars, as 2025 was the midpoint of construction. Hybrid 3 on the right side is expected to cost 1.18 to 1.25 billion. This includes the cost, again, to increase the length, the width, the strength of the highway covers to make them buildable for 2 to 3 stories throughout. Also accounts for the ramp relocation, local street adjustments, and then the cost of additional technical studies, design work, and additional right-of-way needs. There would be an added cost to make the highway covers buildable to 5 to 6 stories. We're estimating about a $200 million add, and that was estimated by the independent cover assessment team. It's also important to note that the Hybrid 3 cost is based on a preliminary about a 5% design level, and the cost is escalated to 2027 dollars really to reflect the extension in the construction schedule. So these are preliminary estimates for Hybrid 3. We'll continue to evolve them, but we do expect them to be adjusted as we learn more. And I also want to acknowledge that while I'm showing these side to side, there are best points of comparison, but they're not a true apples to apples comparison, just given the different design details and levels that we know about each. Next slide. Building on the independent consultant work, the Historic Albina Advisory Board has been reviewing and considering the Hybrid 3 design concept over the past month, and as included as part of your packet for today, did submit a letter recommending Hybrid 3 as the preferred concept to carry forward. And before I get into the specifics of the board's recommendation, I do want to be sure to take a moment and just thank our Historic Albina Advisory Board members for volunteering their time and doing that deep dive and bringing community voices to inform our path forward. The board began their work back in January of this year, really with the purpose of centering the voices of the Black community to ensure that project outcomes reflect the interests and values, and that Historic Albina benefits from the project investments that we are making. So the board's recommendation of a highway cover design really marks a significant milestone. Next slide, what is that recommendation? So as you've seen in the letter, the board does recommend Hybrid 3 to be carried forward for further evaluation and design. There were a number of priorities expressed by the board as well. And I just want to note that these are not listed in order of priority. They each carry equal weight as articulated by the board. But they again include maximizing developable land, establishing a governance structure and commission for future programming and development of the covers, ensuring that there's a diverse representation from the Black community, and that the commission is one that's represented by and accountable to the Black community. Also ensuring that the future of the highway cover brings tangible benefits to historic Albina. There's a request for a development of a finance plan, maximizing economic opportunities, minimizing impacts to the surrounding community, including businesses and Harriet Tubman Middle School, and then again, maximizing access and safety for people traveling to and from and within the project area. So this recommendation was supported by the Executive Steering Committee at their final meeting on August 31st. So moving forward, the Historic Albina Advisory Board will take on the future design detail coordination with the project team, and really further elevating the board's voice is central to our work ahead. I'll also note that the Community Oversight Advisory Committee has been instrumental in this process as well, and also supported proceeding with Hybrid 3 as the recommended cover design. On the next slide, pending the commission's direction today, I just want to highlight a few of the next steps that the project team would take on to further consideration of a modified highway design. So we would be working to advance the preliminary cover design concept, specifically to ensure its consistency with the project's purpose and need, conduct additional technical analyses, ensure that we're working together with the Federal Highway Administration on the required environmental review, also updating the project's diversity and subcontracting plans, and developing any needed intergovernmental agreements with partner agencies to progress the work. The design work would also inform updated cost estimates, which would then inform our development of a finance plan. And so I am joined this afternoon by Assistant Director Brower, who will provide some added detail on the finance plan components. So Director Brower, over to you.
Thank you, Megan. Chair Van Brocklin, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Travis Brower. I'm the Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance, and essentially as the money guy for the department, I was asked to give some details about how we will develop a finance plan and what that will look like. We're going to be developing a finance plan that will cover the new project as conceived with the Hybrid 3 cover. The first iteration of this finance plan we anticipate would be complete sometime near the end of the year, with future iterations produced over time as we refine costs and get clarity on potential sources of funds. The finance plan will be based on that updated project cost estimate that Ms. Channel mentioned, and we will match those costs with potential sources of funding. Those sources include the $30 million in annual funding available for urban mobility projects under HB 2017, as well as other funding sources such as toll revenue, federal formula funds, and federal discretionary grants. The finance plan will also look at how we can use financing mechanisms, such as bonding and short-term borrowing, to generate the resources upfront that we need to build the project. This finance plan will really be intended to give the OTC options for figuring out how we close the gap between the currently available funding for the project and the complete project cost. One thing I should note is that the Oregon Constitution, as you're probably well aware, has what we call the highway restriction. It states that in Article 9, Section 3A, it states that any revenue from motor fuels taxes or the ownership, operation, or use of a motor vehicle can only be used for highway purposes like construction, reconstruction, maintenance, and operations of roads. In Rogers v. Lane County, the Oregon Supreme Court found that this means these funds can only be used for projects and purposes that are within or adjacent to a road right-of-way that primarily and directly facilitate motorized vehicle travel. And that is a direct quote from that key case law. Under this constitutional provision, that means that ODOT can use state highway fund resources, which would include both the taxes provided under HB 2017 and revenue from congestion pricing that is done on the freeway for both the I-5 mainline improvements and the road, bicycle, and pedestrian connections across the freeway. However, this provision could limit our ability to pay for certain elements that are not for transportation purposes, which could include elements of the highway covers that provide land for buildings. ODOT will be consulting with Oregon Department of Justice to determine how we will need to apply this constitutional restriction and the case law to the very unique context of the Rose Quarters highway cover, which is very different than anything we've really dealt with in the recent past. We will particularly be looking to potential federal grant opportunities to close the project's funding gap and pay for any elements of the covers that we find that we can't pay for out of the state highway fund. These funding sources could include the new Reconnecting Communities program that is proposed to be funded at $1 billion in the federal infrastructure bill, or other programs that might pay for mega projects that improve mobility, such as the Rose Quarter. So we'll be looking at all of those options and bringing back to the commission a conceptual level finance plan that will give you options for how we can move forward with this project by closing the funding gap.
Thank you. So the final slide that I have as part of our presentation today is the OTC action requested. With this, the question is, does the commission concur that the hybrid 3 preliminary highway cover design concept be advanced for further evaluation by the project team to assess for consistency and accuracy as part of the project development process? With that, Chair, I will close my remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions along the way as well.
Thank you, Megan, Brendan, Lucinda, and Travis for your help in our understanding the various elements of this project and complementary projects and programs and what the status is. I guess I'll open this up for questions from the commission of the panel here from ODOT. Are there questions? Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Sharon Smith speaking. A couple of questions. Just want to make sure that I'm understanding what are the results, the benefits of hybrid 3 in terms of what's different. And obviously I have not been in part of the communication and collaboration with the local Albina Advisory Committee and the community there. So I'm coming in as not having been part of that conversation, trying to understand the goals and the benefits and the reasons why hybrid was put forward. And from what I can tell from the slide, in essence, what we get is approximately 2 acres of developable highway cover that could be developed with 2 to 3 story buildings. And the cost of those 2 acres is roughly $400 million. Is that a fair statement of kind of the bottom line?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Commissioner Smith. What I will say is, so hybrid 3, in terms of the land that it creates on top of the cover, is just over 4 acres. So the independent cover assessments estimates at about 4.11 acres on top of the highway cover. The baseline project that we have is about 2.38. So it's just shy of a 2 acre delta. So your characterization of the additive highway cover space is correct. And the cost increase is primarily associated with the highway cover, as well as the costs for relocating the I-5 ramp in the southbound direction, and then reconnecting some of the streets across the highway cover, as well as accounting for escalation for the time that it takes to get that design ready.
The delay costs. Delay costs.
The delay costs.
Yeah.
Let me, I have that in front of me. Let me pull that up really quickly, and I will get back to you before the end of these comments.
And I do have a follow-up question, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Of course.
and I guess this is probably maybe more for Travis than for Megan, and it's in the financing plan. So just setting the premise for this question is, I know that the desire is to reknit the historic Albina neighborhood that was bifurcated when I-5 went in 50 years ago. I don't know the exact time. And the racial inequities from this choice. And I understand that. And this is restorative justice in process. The decision to put I-5 there was a decision made not solely by ODOT, but by the entire community, City of Portland, the neighborhoods around, the whole community. And so when we look at a finance plan to embark on restorative justice, it seems to me that ODOT shouldn't be the only entity at the table helping to right that wrong. And so it's a question, is part of the finance plan to be asking, going to the City of Portland, going to our federal partners, going to the community and saying, this is not just an ODOT solution, this is a community and an agency solution. Is that part of our finance plan? Or could it be?
Chair Van Brockland, Commissioner Smith, thanks for the question. And the answer would be, it certainly could be, particularly if there's direction from the commission in that way. You'll note that much of the highway cover is really to restore local connectivity. And so in many of our other projects, even major highway projects that include local connectivity improvements, there is oftentimes a local contribution made to that. I think of the I-5 Woodburn interchange, the I-5 South Medford interchange, where those communities, as we were building a major connection point to the highway and restoring connectivity of local streets, stepped up and made contributions. So we could certainly explore the potential of a contribution from the City of Portland, from other players within the region. We'll really, with this finance plan, be putting it into a conceptual level where we can look at all of those options. That may even include revenue related to leasing opportunities on top of the covers and other private sector contributions as well. So our goal is to really bring you back options that can help inform that conversation moving forward.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, if you would indulge me, I have yet another question.
Please.
And this is, I guess, probably again for Megan, and it's a transportation question, maybe? Or could we go back to the slide that shows the hybrid 3 option? Because that will help me describe my question.
For Sabrina, thank you. I think it's kind of in the middle of the deck.
Of course it is.
Slide 17, I think, is what you're referring to, Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, thank you. So this very preliminary design, get that 5%, which might be generous, shows that we're moving the on and off ramps to the Moda Center. And I'm wondering what impacts that's going to have on that segment of the community. And it's maybe too early to tell, but just from a transportation perspective, is that going to achieve our desired congestion relief goals as part of the Rose Quarter project?
It's a really good question. Thank you, Commissioner Smith. So yes, you're right. The southbound ramps would be located to the south, really kind of point loading where vehicles would be entering and exiting I-5 in that location. It is too early to have all of the kind of final and I'd say detailed technical analysis answers for what the impacts of that are. That would be part of our next steps ahead pending your direction. What I will say is that at a preliminary level and based on a workshop that we were able to hold with the city of Portland and Metro and Multnomah County, at a high level, saw opportunities for this to still meet the purpose and need of the project. So improving safety and operations on I-5, as well as on the local street system. There are a couple modifications to the local street system that we're going to have to explore to, what I'll say, make that work, if you will. Looking in certain locations, I'll use Winning Way as an example, which is the road that passes immediately north of Moda Center. Looking to that as potentially shifting to two-way, as well as some other modifications to one-way or two-way shifts right at that intersection where the southbound ramps come together. But with those, we do see the opportunity to continue to achieve the safety and congestion relief goals that we have as part of the project. And I do have a response to your first question, and thank you for allowing me to check my notes there to make sure it's accurate. It's about $100 million of escalation costs in shifting the timeline from a 2025 to a 2027 midpoint of construction, and that's based on a 3.5% escalation rate.
And is that included in the delta, the $400 million?
That is included in the delta.
And then another technical question, transportation-wise. We heard in earlier public testimony and in some of the materials, the argument or the point that we could reduce the footprint by 40 feet and still achieve the same congestion relief. And I'd like you to speak to that if you can, or get back to me if it's something we need to review.
Yeah, I will note that one design modification that we are making as part of the project is to look at narrowed shoulders in the inside shoulder as a way to achieve some narrowing of the I-5 main line and thus less I-5 main line for the highway cover to be spanning across in that area. I will add, however, that with the relocation of the southbound ramp to the south, we do have to accommodate the width of that ramp under the highway cover. So there is a sort of a widening of the cover for that accommodation. But that is further work that we would need to do to explore and kind of right size, if you will, the I-5 mainline design to make sure that we're still meeting the safety goals of the project, the congestion relief goals of the project. But at a minimum, we do see an opportunity and have already started to incorporate a narrowing of the inside shoulder for that goal.
Thank you.
Other questions from commission members? Vice Chair?
I was going to allow space for Commissioner Brown if she had me, but I can jump in if she doesn't right now yet at all. Julie, going once, going twice.
You can go ahead. I'll bring up the rear.
So I prefer it. Mama Brown. I wanted to get back into, first off, thanks. I just want everybody to know, I just want to thank Megan and Brendan and the whole Urban Mobility Office team on the work that they've done getting us to this place in coordination with all the other public agencies and stakeholders and governor's office and groups of that nature. This has been a very interesting experience, and I think it'll go down as a very intriguing public process that will probably need to be shared in a lot of higher ed institutions across this country. But I would say that the work that they did does not go remiss in everything the agency's done to get us to this place. So I just want to say thanks first and foremost. Second, on this topic, my stance on a lot of things have been very consistent, and I made this very clear to the ESC in my work with it that I was really adamant about us making sure that we can achieve the things that the community is aspiring to achieve as it pertains to restorative justice and climate. on this particular project. But one of the things that I felt a fiduciary responsibility for in that position was to make sure that the project stayed on budget and on schedule. I didn't understand how we could not achieve all those things without it staying on schedule and budget. Obviously, there would need to be modifications or additions or subtractions, depending on what the community stakeholder groups wanted or warranted or desired. And I think obviously standing up these processes enabled us to be able to do that. But in the meantime, that was something that I was very consistently adamant with, and I am to this day. And clearly, I mean, as I'm taking notes here from the public testimony, those were a lot of things that were reiterated from public testimony, from the unions, from members of the community groups, even to a certain extent from some of the other, I would refer to as climate activists. I'm now trying to think about how we kind of put some bumpers, some boundaries on where we're at now, because I would assume there's got to be some discomfort with numbers this large as I'm disaggregating the numbers right here, just as Megan was going through 1.73 acres and a $455 million yield leads to $6,037 a square foot. And that's just for land. I know Megan's background as an urban planner. I don't know in what other city those costs are normal. I would assume in some massive international cities they are, but I think that's probably unheard of for Oregon standards. And to me, as a public servant, it is my fiduciary responsibility and obligation to again, ensure that there is going to be a justifiable return on investment if we make a capital investment of that scale. And I'm not even saying this is ODOT investment. Again, I'm saying public investment because we're all taxpayers. And so at the end of the day, the question is back to Commissioner Smith's point about how does the colors of money look to cover that delta in order to achieve this outcome is going to be the first and foremost really important question, because that is probably the most sensitive topic right now in terms of timeline. And if we're going to respect timeline and schedule and where we're at and allow space for the community groups to continue to deliberate and address their concerns and make sure that this thing is right. I think that's something I'm personally going to want to know, very clear and concise about what those colors of money look like. But I would like to jump back to Travis's point, because he made a point earlier about let's see, the reconnecting the community funding line item through the federal infrastructure package of $1 billion. I just wanted to make sure that it's clear, since we're on the record here, that that $1 billion is not an amount of money that would be earmarked to a particular state. It would be the total pot, correct? Or am I wrong?
Chair Van Brocklin, Vice Chair Simpson, you are absolutely correct. It is $1 billion currently proposed to be available nationwide. Obviously, that bill has not yet been passed into law, so the number may change, but that is the total amount available nationwide. So we would anticipate, a very optimistic share for Oregon would probably be somewhere in the, $80 to $100 million if we were very successful in that program out of a $1 billion nationwide pot.
Great, Travis. And that's obviously in the event if it does pass. And then the other thing that I would assume you would know a lot more about than I, Travis, are this. Megan was talking, having the conversation with Commissioner Smith earlier just about delay costs. And so I'm curious about just how money works from a public standpoint. The interest rates in bond markets, how do those play into this? Because I would assume that they're going to be a very instrumental tool in terms of financing a project of this scale. And again, I don't know how those markets look today. And then if we're talking about, delays to meet these other needs and ensure that we get through the process of figuring out design and whatnot, what does that look like if it were 2 to 3 years down the line? Or what is the history of how interest rates and bond markets work?
Chair Van Brocklin, Vice Chair Simpson, that's a really good question. If I had a magic 8 ball with me, I'd shake it and probably say, future looks cloudy. You may recall that last year we had the commission take action to approve the agency doing a massive refinance of many of our bond issuances because interest rates were at all-time lows. Thanks to continued efforts by the Federal Reserve, interest rates continue to be at extremely low rates. And as a result, we've been able to borrow money very cheaply, in the 2% interest rate range. When we look at the total amount of funding that we can generate from the $30 million that the legislature set aside for urban mobility projects, the amount we can generate is highly sensitive to interest rate changes. So at current interest rates and with our current cash flow needs, we anticipate we could raise somewhere between $500 million and $700 million, with $700 million being if we see continued low interest rates. As interest rates go up, the yield in net proceeds from those bonds will go down. And so if we have, a delay of some time, if it becomes 2 or 3 years, we very likely may be out of this very favorable interest rate environment, and that could reduce the net proceeds we're able to achieve from our bond sales.
Great, Travis. So and that's helpful for me because I'm trying to understand how these things are going to get put together as we consider moving into another phase of this project. And so, Chair, I'm curious as it pertains to timing, and I think this is probably a perfect time for us to have a deliberation on this. And this is why I'm very interested in hearing Commissioner Brown's thoughts, because it's hard for me to sit here and not try to provide safeguards for the agency and what was approved in 2017 and everything that's been worked on right now. And at this being a conduit to achieving a much larger master plan, like the comprehensive congestion management plan, how we're going to have certainty in timelines that are going to make us comfortable allowing staff to continue to move forward to work on these shortfalls, really is what we're talking about, budget shortfalls. So I wanted to leave it there personally, because I could be talking forever on my own diatribes about this project and what it means and who stands to benefit and who doesn't. But I would rather try to keep it somewhat more technical as it relates to finance and schedule to see if we can get the outcomes we're trying to achieve still, while not creating some unintentional consequence or hindrance to not only the agency and the state, but also more importantly, the historical African-American community.
Thank you for those comments. And let me just take a second to, since you had, and then I'll turn to Commissioner Brown, but I do, in light of how you opened, Vice Chair, I do want to say this. I too want to thank the governor for her involvement in this, and I'm sure the commission as a whole does, the local partners, the community leaders, some of whom we've heard from during public testimony today, including representatives of the HAB and COAC. And I also want to join you in echoing my thanks to the Urban Mobility Office and that whole team, Brendan, Bella, the whole group. And then specifically to Megan as project director over a long period of time. And all of those at ODOT, the director, et cetera, Travis, certainly Lucinda, whose work is really just getting ramped up, and there's a lot ahead on value pricing. So I want to thank all of those people, but I particularly want to thank you, who I asked to chair the executive steering committee, and you agreed to do it. And I just know the amount of time and effort and commitment and integrity you've brought to that role. You were the right choice the day I asked you to do it. You were very gracious in agreeing to do it. And you have been a strong leader throughout this entire period, going back to when we, in January of last year, passed a set of decisions to set up the ESC and a whole range of processes that I won't elaborate on, but we're critical to getting us to a place where, at least at the local level, we appear to have something some people like, other people don't like, but the governmental entities have coalesced around hybrid 3. So, that there's a lot here to be said about your effort. And I just want to make sure we take a second, because we probably don't recognize these kinds of efforts as much as we should. So I'm trying to recognize yours, and I really thank you for it and appreciate it. And on to your points, now I'm going to turn to Commissioner Brown, but in terms of talking about sideboards and safeguards, let us hear from Commissioner Brown, and then maybe we can get into that discussion. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I also echo on all of what the other commissioners have said, and thank everyone for their hard work. I fortunately came into this just recently in the last couple of years and haven't had to put as much hard work into it as Commissioner Simpson. But with that said, there are so many people in the community that have worked hard on this, and I appreciate that they've come up with this hybrid 3 concept. My conversations with people that have been working on this project and with the governor over the last month have been really interesting, because anyone that knows me knows I sit on this commission, and the first question I'm always going to ask is to Director Brower is, how are we going to pay for something? I'm a stickler on making sure that the state of Oregon takes in consideration all these projects that will benefit everyone, all Oregonians. But we have to also be thoughtful in our approach. It's great that we're going to do restorative justice to this community and the cover. I get the whole idea behind a cover and the connectivity that takes place over the top of it. It helps pedestrians, bicyclists, transit, everyone in the community to get back and forth. With that said, it is now probably one of the biggest costs of a transportation project that has ever happened in the history of Oregon. And I would be remiss if I didn't put the brakes on a little bit and push back a little bit and say, this is great, but we need to find a way to pay for this. And one of the things that I want to see happen through this is real commitment from the city of Portland. I'm just going to say it, from the city of Portland, from the people who live in that community, from Metro, from our federal government. And I think the realistic piece of this is, I've worked on funding at the federal level for a long time, and have been part of those conversations, not only with Congressman DeFazio's office, but also with Senator Merklin, Senator Wyden's office. And we have to be realistic at what we're going to get from the federal government. And with that said, I really feel strongly that we need to find out that piece. Although I don't think we're going to be able to do it in a really short timeline. And at some point, the one question I asked the governor's office was, is there any compromise by any of the people that are part of this project? So will the community go with a 3-story high rise instead of a 6? Are there things that we can do to bring the cost of this project down and be realistic about it? Because I don't know that we're going to be able to find the funding. And I don't want to spend a lot of time and a lot of work and planning in it, and then find out a year and a half from now that we were totally unrealistic. I want to find out now. And so I'm going to push us to do that.
So thank you. Maybe I can make a couple of comments. So first of all, the Rose Quarter project, as we all know, is a state mandated project. It was in House Bill 2017. We were directed to build a congestion relief project, separate and apart from the requirement that we also do congestion pricing on the I-205 corridor, essentially from the intersection of I-5 and I-205 to the south, north to the river, Columbia River. That's the scope of at least what we were directed to do. Beyond that on tolling, we were authorized to look beyond that to other roads in the region and around the state. So we have broad authority from the legislature. The second thing that I think is important is if you go back to the transportation package, really started to be discussed in earnest in the 2015 session, and they could not come to agreement. And Travis and others can correct me if I get a fact wrong here, but what happened was, one thing that happened was in the interim between the 2015 and the 2017 session, a committee was formed that was chaired by our former commission chair, Tammy Bainey, and former Northwest Natural CEO, Greg Cantor, that went around the state and this is really to Commissioner Brown's comment, and had held meetings throughout the state of Oregon and asked the question, what's the biggest transportation problem in Oregon? What's the most critical problem in the state transportation-wise? And time again, they heard all over the state, Portland congestion. So it focused the legislature on the fact that Portland congestion is based on that, an outreach effort, which was extensive, was the top transportation issue in the state because people from around the rest of the state couldn't travel through efficiently through, couldn't get their goods to market, couldn't get services where they needed to be. So that got us to a bill in 2017, and it mandated this project. Simultaneously, we started to have conversations back as far as I can recall, back to at least 2018, if not before, about what happens on top on this project and the opportunity to do something historic in terms of restorative justice. So and you've seen this morning, what I tried to do was draft something that attempted to address what are a complex set of interests here, and you hear it in the public comments and hear it in any discussion about this. I agree that we need some time parameters. I think an open-ended search for money is not realistic. I worry it threatens the 30 million we have over time. And I think that the best approach is to move forward to find out the answer to Commissioner Brown's question. That is why I think that kind of the leading question here is, what's it cost? What do we have? What's the funding gap? How do we fill the funding gap? Which is why I would support that investigatory effort. I'd add to that, I think now is the time to do that. We are having federal infrastructure legislation that we have not seen in a long time, if ever. In fact, two bills, an infrastructure bill, 1.2 billion passed the Senate. It is sitting in the House. The conversation in the House is whether it's enough, not whether it's too much. So I think the Senate bill, which has passed the Senate, is either close to what the House will pass or at least a floor the House will try to build on. Then we have the reconciliation bill, which I've heard numbers as high as 3.5. I don't think it'll end up being 3.5, but whatever it ends up being will be on top of whatever the infrastructure bill is. So I would just say succinctly, this doesn't happen very often at the federal level. This is a rarity. And so for me, now is the time to explore that, not just on this project, but generally, I think that the department has been doing that. But if this is a special project that can get special dedicated funding and bring restorative justice and is unique and different than all other projects, then I think we owe an obligation to see whether that money is there. And if it is there for a historic, unique effort to take an area of the state that was decimated by the construction of this freeway and try and do something that didn't disinvest in that area, but reinvest in that area and can be funded, that we then have a potential project that we can do. So I think the first step is to look at whether there's a funding plan and whether it's based on reality, whether in fact the funding plan can be funded. And the second thing I think we need to do is continue looking at these other pieces of this project that we need to look at, because we need to keep, for all the reasons you're all saying, we need to continue to move the various project areas along, whether it's environmental assessment or whatever. So that got me to drafting what I sent around. So I guess this is really a question for the members of the commission, which is, would you like to look at that? Or do you want to do something else? I spent time putting it together because I think it's a fairly comprehensive effort to try and lay out a plan. And we can certainly change it in any way that you think would be better. But I think we're better off if we start with something on paper than just a general discussion. Commissioner Smith?
Before we do that, I'd just like to give you some of my thoughts. I mean, I asked a lot of questions, but I didn't really say what I was thinking. And so I think it's important for me to do that. I'm just taking a big step back, which is, this has been a long runway, this project, as you pointed out, and I have not been involved from the beginning. So forgive my latecomers backseat, or I don't know, backseat driving, if you will.
No apology necessary. It's an evolving dialectic. So
yeah. So if we go back to whose decision is this to do the Rose Quarter project? It wasn't the commission's decision or direction to do it. It was the legislature in 2017 who heard from the state, who said, we think this is one of the most important transportation projects for the state of Oregon. And the legislature said, yes, we agree, and we're going to give a certain amount of money and ask the OTC and ODOT to build it, design it and build it. And so that process went along. And
I might just add to that, Commissioner, and do tolling some of the proceeds from that on the I-5 corridor. I think the legislature was expecting to also be invested on the corridor, including potentially the Rose Quarter project.
So at the time, I don't know if there was a budget estimate that the legislature was working from. And if so, it was probably in the $500 million range.
450 to 500 million was the original estimate. I think it was done rather quickly at the legislature. And it, for example, failed to include inflation, which is something you would normally include.
Well, and certainly the highway covers was not part of the discussion either. And, you know,
not that I'm aware of.
Since 2017, a lot of things have changed in our country, in our state, in our communities. You know, we have climate change impacts increasing. We have highway safety getting worse. We have, you know, the need for resiliency in our system. We have racial equity concerns and more emphasis and understanding on restorative justice. And I just wonder if we were to ask the question of the legislature or the state, for the citizens. Do you want to spend $1.5 billion on a rose quarter project? Is that the best use of our public funds right now? And I don't know if the answer would be yes. And so I just say this because we have had so much change that I think it's important to just question the viability of the project. Now, having said that out loud, I don't know that the OTC has the authority to tell the legislature, yeah, we're not going to do it. It's too expensive. So I just put that out there because at some level I'm starting to question the viability of it. So that's my first point. My second point is also budget related and priority related, which is I am not a member of the Albina community. I wasn't in the conversation. I don't presume to tell that community what they should want. But it's a rhetorical question from me, which is, does it make sense for ODOT and the rest of the jurisdictions, because we can't do it by ourselves, to spend $400 to $500 million for 1.73 acres of a highway cap? Is that really getting the value that you want? And we can do a lot of things in mitigation. I know we've got constitutional limits on what we can spend money on, but could we spend that kind of money on other things and do more for the community? So I'm not going to answer the question, and I just want to throw it out there as we go. If we go forward, if those kind of questions can be brought to the table, I think they're important questions to ask. So
I think they can be brought to the table. And I appreciate the comments and I appreciate the candor. Just a quick reaction on question one. My impression is, as a member going back to 2017 and as chair the last several years, is that since 2017, we've had the 2018 short session, the 2019 regular session, the 2020 short session, and the 2021 regular long session. So what is that, 4 sessions of the legislature? And there has not been an effort during that time at the legislature. Now, I'm setting aside this hybrid 3, okay? This is new. But before that, when we learned, for example, in January 2020 at our meeting, and you'll all remember this, that the cost to complete requirement that is in House Bill 2017, that we have to have an updated cost estimate, took the 450 to 500, which was low, and everyone acknowledged it was low, to the number that is on one of Megan's slides, which is 715 to 795. So we were at least a $250,000 low, or roughly a $250,000 low to begin with. So that's the first gap. This project, the hybrid project, takes it from, so we first estimate in 2017, $500 million. Revised estimate in January 2020, $750 million, using really rough numbers, so to make the point. And the hybrid 3 estimate that we're hearing today, $1.25 billion. So that's 750,000 more than before. But that's new news. What's not new news is it was going to be $750 million rather than $500 million. And where I'm going is the evidence from the legislature is they continue to be committed to doing the project. That's an indicator of at least where they've been since 2017. That's on the second point. I guess I would just say that we certainly could open up a conversation about cost, but I want to reiterate that what I would envision charging the agency to go do in a funding plan is to see whether there is money that cannot be used on other projects, or that is directed by whoever to only be used on the cap because its purpose is restorative justice. Its purpose is not general transportation. That to me would be very important to know, because that would be a string. The federal government said, we're going to give you $300 million. You need to find the rest, but you can only spend the 300 on this restorative justice project, that is hybrid 3 cover. That's a very different answer than we'll give you $300 million of discretionary funding to spend in the state. Very different answers, very different implications. So I think that would be a fact we would really want to understand. What's the purpose and limitation on the funding? And that would also be true for the state, and that would also be true for the local government contribution, whatever it might be. So I do think we have questions to answer here. We also have time constraints. And you know, this money, Chris can, or Megan can clarify this. I think the money becomes available under the bill in January 23. Is that correct? For Rose Quarter?
January of 22.
22. And we're about a year behind now on availability and expenditure. Is that a fair thing to say? And if you were trying to spend the money as soon as it was available to you, we're at least a year behind that today, right? We're into building in 23 now, not 22.
Yes, the chair, the construction timeline does go out. I will say that part of the funding also is for design and construction. So
okay,
yeah, not just construction.
So when we turn dirt on this, if it moves forward, is sometime in late 22, 23 now, something like that.
Yeah, chair, late 23.
Late 23. Okay, so we have had, the point I was trying to make was we've had some delay for process and conversation, and in that we knew when we were going in, we were going to have some delay around process. So would you like to discuss what I sent around this morning in the context of kind of the discussion we've had today? Where we are right now, based on the conversation we've had since we started talking on this subject. Is it a good time to put that forward? Or would you like to have some more general discussion first?
I think we should start talking about what you put out there and see whether or not if that's something that maybe
people support,
agree to, or if we want to amend or change or add or subtract, because we have to start somewhere.
Other commissioners good with that? All right. I'm feeling the palpable enthusiasm for this. I know that it is complicated, and I know there's people have all kinds of things going through their mind, and I share a lot of that. But I'm trying to kind of progress the conversation. So Sabrina, could you put up the draft motion? I'll just walk through this quickly so people who are listening, who haven't had the advantage of seeing this, which the commission received this morning and is now posted in the meeting for everyone to see. So the motion would be to approve the hybrid 3 design option conditionally. And the conditions that would have to be met would include a project funding plan that would then come back to us for discussion with a deadline for that plan of December 1, 2021. And this would be a plan that would further inform us about what the numbers are and what the options for obtaining funding are, so we have a better idea about what we're talking about than we do today. Condition 2 says if we, in the course of looking at funding, if there are indications we could get substantial funding that might allow this to be financed, that kind of have a clarity around that by July 1, 2023 or before, that we could take a little longer to kind of refine what that funding might look like. These are outside dates. They're on or before dates. So if the funding plan were available in November, we'd have it earlier. The reason I chose these dates was that I thought December 1 was about as fast as ODOT could get us a thorough, comprehensive analysis of the cost structure and the potential funding sources. Condition 2 is really if we got close by this kind of July 1st, 2023 deadline for making a decision on this. And again, it's on or before, so could be making that decision next year as soon as we knew something. Those dates, that July of 23 date that's in condition 1 and condition 2, primarily is intended to recognize two things. The current Congress will meet this year and next year. So that's through December of 22. And I think this is really the infrastructure session for the Congress. We've not seen anything like this really for a long time. And I don't think infrastructure will be a leading edge issue. Personally, I don't see it being a leading edge issue once they get through with these bills, whatever happens to them. So I would suspect that infrastructure kind of falls to the back in 24 and beyond. So I think the window on federal funding is what happens this year and into next year. The other thing here is July 1, 2023 coincides with the conclusion of the next long session of the legislature. And if the legislature is going to be a funding source on this, saying if, we would know that by July of 23. So this is really these dates are trying to align to federal and state funding processes, since they are primary players in raising money and spending money. And we have some authority over tolling, but we're not a general taxation agency or commission. So, and I can't imagine these kinds of numbers coming together without federal and state investment. So that's conditions 1 and 2. And condition 3 is really to try and be comprehensive about the other work that needs to go on around this with a December 31 or earlier completion date on all of those things that are laid out in A through G, which would be diversity and subcontracting plans. We've heard a lot about that today in the public comment, about environmental review, which is B, about intergovernmental agreements that are in place or would need to be in place to do what we've done if we had a hybrid 3 project. Design, and D, preserving existing construction design contracts. We heard from a couple of witnesses today, a couple of commenters today during the public comment period about trying to preserve existing construction work and design work under existing agreements. That is E. F is safety, seismic resilience, which I think is a huge issue that we don't talk about enough. We talk about fires and climate and restorative justice, and every day we're sitting on a Cascadia seismic event that could collapse whole sections of our system, which is one reason to keep investing in it and get it more seismically modernized. And then finally, G is about not only the I-5 improvements working and actually addressing the problem that legislature was focused on, but also that we do the local connectivity with streets and bicycle corridors and sidewalks and a whole range of non-highway investments, and use active transportation elements to manage the system. That's the kind of motion I thought might be a good step forward to really try to determine whether or not there's a there. And I want to just say one last thing, that the nature of the funding and its restrictions to me are essential here, because if we're going to prioritize a restorative justice project, we've got to, I think, those that are paying in have to limit the use to that in order to prioritize it. Otherwise, we're back into a conversation about what are our options here and what's the best value, which we can do. But if the Congress and legislature, for example, wanted to prioritize the restorative justice need here, I think they need to do it by being clear about what they're appropriating the money for. So how do people react to this kind of next step?
Chair, if I may,
Commissioner Brown.
I like these conditions. I think that one of the things, and I'm not sure how we get to it, and it goes along with our local players or partners. I should use the word partners, excuse me. When I think about the transit element, the bike ped, the safety elements, there is opportunity in these infrastructure bills to shore up those bicycle corridors, the sidewalks, et cetera. And so I would be interested in our local partners, TriMet, Metro, the city of Portland, on what they are proposing or looking at applying for in these different opportunities that are coming up, because it could take away from some of that cost. If they're applying for projects that will facilitate this hybrid 3 option, do they have things or plans? And that may help us with the funding piece of it. So I think when we're going to them and we're having these conversations, I think that it will be helpful. And I certainly am willing to have those conversations, not only with TriMet, but with others, about what piece of the mode can help with this project and what can we apply for and most likely get. And that might help with bringing down some of the costs of this project.
Yeah, I really agree with that, Commissioner. And I think that the project funding plan called out in condition 1, I would like to see it include some discussion based on outreach to all of the entities and others, not all that you've named and others you haven't named, so that we're reporting out in terms of here's the approach that kind of intergovernmentally the state and its actors who are relevant to this discussion about Rose Quarter are doing and what they're seeking. So we have a comprehensive, holistic understanding of what the effort is here on a restorative justice investment.
Chair,
Vice Chair.
I almost feel like, given where all this stands right now, I mean, these are good prescriptive boundaries in terms of conditions. I almost feel like we might be jumping the gun a little too heavy. I personally think we probably should focus on maybe just the first condition and then build off of that, because right now, again, given the ambiguity and uncertainty, if we can't even get past the first part, then how are we going to say that we're going to have conditions for the other ones, right? And that first one is so important. It's substantially important, and it's even more important that began, you have to also keep in mind being involved in this process for 3 years, which I just looked back, it was October 2018. And that was probably around the time I just sat down with Megan at Region 1. But October 2018, and when we started these conversations, and when you're sitting at a table, when people get up and walk away from a table, that makes you feel a little bit kind of a way, especially when you're actually going in this with genuine intent. And so for me personally, for those public agencies that did walk away from the table, I think it is very, if they're going to be this adamant about doing the right thing and wanting to make investments in restorative justice, then I want to hear from them as to how much they actually care about restorative justice themselves, and how much they're willing to invest in restorative justice, especially in this particular community. Because one thing I would hate to see is the work that goes into this, all the community stakeholders that are working on this, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention a group such as Albina Vision Trust, to be walking down this line and not be able to fulfill a dream and a vision that people are working so hard to uphold and create for future generations. And so, and the last thing I want to see is us do all this, and then all we do is have a big slab of concrete or asphalt that doesn't have anything on it. So those are the other things that would be really challenging for me to stomach, driving by that every day or walking or whatever I'm doing in the area, and so well, that was supposed to be something great, and it never turned out. So I think right then and there, the first question is, who are our genuine partners in this? And since ODOT has one color of money, what are those other color of monies we're looking at? Now, yes, we can sit and wait on the feds, and the feds are like, this is an ambiguous, outcome here, which you never know. Right now, I think the biggest focus we have to be is knowing that in local communities, we have to take care of ourselves. We can't always be 100% dependent or even 25% dependent on feds. We need to be 100% proof that ourselves can take care of what our needs are. If the feds come in, great, we can do extra stuff. But I think right now we should be prioritizing within our local stakeholders and our local partners and our local resources, what can we afford? Because if we leave it up to the feds and leave that blank slate, we're just going to be, I think, kicking this can even further. We're already talking about a year delay from when we were supposed to be moving dirt. And so with that, I really do believe that over these next 3 months, a funding plan, and the public's watching, the public's hearing this, it's time for those agencies to step up and say, you know what, this is what we're willing to put on the table. And I think that is a fair way to make sure that we actually are holding everybody accountable to restorative justice. Because as Commissioner Smith alluded to earlier, this was not just ODOT's doing to the Black community. And I'll say that as a Black resident, as a 4th generation Portlander, who has a great grandfather who invested a lot of time in this Albina community. It was not ODOT only. It was the federal government. It was the state of Oregon. It was the city of Portland. It was the county. Metro didn't exist then. But at this point, we need to figure out who's really about making this happen. And then if they're not willing to make it happen, then that's a clear indication as what it is they actually are prioritizing here. Is it politics, or is it actually taking care of and restoring harms, historical wrongs, harms that have obviously hindered and impacted a community, i.e. the Black community?
So I would be fine with separating condition 2 and 3 out of this and just adopting condition 1, and then coming back in December, maybe have a special meeting of the commission, because we don't have one scheduled in December, that's focused exclusively on this subject. And where are we in December? And I'm happy to change the date to December 15th if people want to give the ODOT a little bit more time, but I want it this year myself. I want to know where we are at the end of the year. And I think we'll know a lot about the federal bills by then and what our opportunities are or were, and make sure we're connecting into all those discussions this fall and seeing what's possible. Provided I'm willing to set aside have table condition 2 and 3 and remove them from this motion and put them on the side, as long as there's nothing in here that Megan says we just have to keep doing this, or we're going to keep doing this anyway. just because it's part of managing projects. Is if Megan, I guess the question is Megan or others in Chris or others Brendan, who've been close to this. Does this create problems?
One last thing before I, stop is I given holidays and stuff, I would probably do a January 22, but that's just me. So that was my last thing about that as it pertains to condition 1.
So appreciate that, Commissioner. Let me just get an answer on whether there's whether my concern would be I don't want to slow down. I don't want to slow down the project by tabling anything we shouldn't. But I also agree that the funding is the kind of leading question here.
Chair, I will respond on condition 3. Those are items that we would do to be able to understand better the project design, that we would need to know to update the cost estimates as well, that we would need to know to update the finance plan or create the finance plan. Okay. So from a project director perspective, I have no heartburn for condition 3, just kind of falling back to the project team to carry on with those. I will note is in terms of the finance plan, I just want to acknowledge for, an end of the year or early next year, it'll be our initial finance plan based on, still preliminary design greater than 5%, but there will be follow-up cost estimates and follow-up finance plans as we continue to finalize the design.
Chair Van Brocklen, if I may, you asked some questions about the timing of the federal infrastructure bill. I generally would concur with your assessment. We should know the state of play on the federal infrastructure bill and what opportunities are before us. Although, of course, we will not know whether we will be successful in those opportunities, just what the potential opportunities will be by the end of the year. The two most likely times in which Congress will pass this bill are by the end of this month, before the current surface transportation authorization expires, or at the end of the year, as Congress is very good at putting an end of the year deadline on themselves and then taking action just before they fly out of town for the holidays. So you do have a slight risk if you require the finance plan on December 1, there is a chance that we will not yet have that federal infrastructure bill, but we almost certainly will by the end of the year, or we may very well know that that means they are not likely to pass a federal infrastructure bill if they're kicking the can into the election year cycle. That may very well mean that they are not able to get a consensus on pushing that bill forward.
So maybe a January 10th date, and then we have the conversation in January. And all this obviously can be changed the more we learn in terms of micrositing the date. Commissioner Smith?
Yeah, I wanted to just weigh in that I agree with Vice Chair Simpson that ODOT and the OTC can't be the only community partner that is committed to restorative justice. And if we are looking for a finance plan in January, which I think is the right timing, assuming we can ask our team if that's doable, I'm only going to be supportive of this if we have clear direction that our local agency partners are in this with us. If the city of Portland and Metro and the community is not committed to restorative justice, then this is not going to work. So part of that plan needs to be some level of commitment from our partners, at least willingness to say, yes, we believe in restorative justice as well.
And I did include in here from federal, state, and or Portland local government sources. And so I'm trying to get that across, but I understand what you're saying.
So just to clarify that piece, because there's words in there. Look at me trying to be like Bob and Sharon with
all right,
wordplay.
Let's wordsmith it.
But are you referring to like local governments that are located in Portland, or are you referring to Portland local government? Because that
I'm
tells
referring
me
to the former. I'm talking about the governments that have been actively involved in this discussion.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
city, the county, and metro.
I think that I need to have that spelled out, because that can be, read different ways. And
Sure.
I think we should be very clear about that.
Well,
These are taxing authorities within the region that obviously have vested interest in this project, I would assume, and vested interest in seeing restorative justice and prosperity play itself out in the Black community. So, as they've said, and so I just want to make sure that, we're all in agreement on that per, Commissioner Smith's comments.
Yeah, what I mean by Portland local governments is the city of Portland, Multnomah County, Metro, maybe TriMet. Probably include TriMet. If there's as we would expect, some kind of transit investment here, I would assume TriMet would lead on that. So it's an intergovernmental cooperative effort. And let's remember that stuff on the top will primarily, well, the cap will be the cap, the cover will be the cover, but it will interconnect with local city streets and transit routes and other transportation networks. So what I'm hearing is just condition 1, and with the clarity around what is meant by Portland local governments that we just discussed.
Well, I think we can give a nod to what Megan said, which is they're going to do this work anyway in condition 3, because they need to do that in order to come up with a plan. So I don't know that we need to have the condition 3 for them to continue their work, but I would ask the question, does condition 3 help the team? And if so, should we include it?
Chair and Commissioner Smith, I will step in and say it is helpful direction to have and point to, but to your point, Commissioner Smith, it is work that we will take on. So I'll defer to the commission on preference for condition 3.
The reason I wanted it in there to be just, you've been candid, all of you, I'll be candid about this. I think if we don't put into this motion something on these subjects, which we've just heard about in this very meeting, that someone will say we don't care about them, which is not true. Not true. We care about all of them. That's the challenge. We don't have the luxury of just talking about one of them. We have to talk about all of them, because they're all values we're trying to forward: economic, social, environmental. It's the difference between thinking about how everything needs to be invested in at some level to have a functioning, complex metropolitan area that has one thing that Commissioner Smith didn't mention when she talked about how much things have changed, which I know she knows, is we've also had significant population growth, and we're going to have more. So, which is why we need transit, we need bikes, we need all of this. But I don't. I think it's convenient to be able to focus on just one kind of single issue. But I think that the fact is that it's a complicated fabric. And our charge statutorily is to think about the whole system in that way.
Here's
I keep condition 3. In short, I'd keep condition 3, and I'm not as wedded to condition 2. I was just saying condition 2 essentially is saying if we're close, we can extend it out a year, but we can do that anyway.
Yeah, I wouldn't continue to extend anything else anymore. But I would say, as it relates to items within condition 3, which I also noted to myself that these are pretty much kind of standard things that are kind of already taking place right now. Megan, I do have a question as it relates to things moving forward. The ESC had a final meeting, and I'm not entirely clear what's going to happen with the COAC and the HAB. Can you provide an update to the commission as to what's going to be taking place with those other groups going forward? Are they going to continue to work with the agency on certain work? Are they going to be working through what would the goal would be, which it sounds like some intergovernmental agreements? I'm trying to understand what role are they going to play now, and how is their voice going to still be continue to be heard in this process?
Absolutely, Vice Chair, to that question. So for the Community Oversight Advisory Committee, the COAC, their charge remains unchanged. It's still very much focused on the oversight, accountability, development of our diversity plan and subcontracting plans within the DBE, Disadvantaged Business Enterprise, and Workforce Program. So kind of the development of that. And then as we are in construction, the monitoring of that so that we have those consistent and early and often conversations where if there's course correction that's needed, we're not waiting to the end to say, gee, we wish we did something different, that we can take that action as it's happening. For the Historic Albina Advisory Board, they will continue to help oversee and provide recommendations relative to the design details. So their purpose still is elevating voices in the Black community to ensure that the investments are focused around benefit to the Black community. It'll be items around, recommending transportation infrastructure design details, the transportation system details, kind of on the priorities for local streets, and kind of the transit and pathways for movement within the project area, helping us to work through performance metrics and how we track, measure, and evaluate success of the project really based on the values and the outcomes, helping us to work through ways to minimize community impacts during construction, providing feedback on equitable engagement strategies throughout. So that is really what the HAB will remain focused on moving forward, with the acknowledgement that the highway cover governance and programming is being discussed in a separate space led by an entity with land use authority.
Great, appreciate that. I'm just personally, it's obviously near and dear to me to this, that those individuals, and I've mentioned it on those calls, stay front and center involved in these processes. And even, for the record, I really think that it's important for folks who are giving up their time and energy for free to be compensated in one way or another for this work that they're doing, because really ultimately it's helping and benefiting this public agency, and more importantly, the broader community. I don't know what that looks like or what that entails, but that is something that I believe should be something we should be trying to figure out sooner than later, as to how we continue to utilize community stakeholders and their subject matter expertise to support the agency.
So I think what I'm hearing is we would move this, I'm looking for a consensus. We would move this a motion forward without condition 2. Condition 3 would become condition 2. 2 conditions. And on the record, Portland local governments mean City of Portland, TriMet, Multnomah County, Metro. And I would add to that in any other entities created by those governments around. If they get a tax increment district going and there's some organization that is managing that we would, and that's producing revenue, we would certainly want to be talking to them about how to do this.
I think maybe you could just actually put that in the motion itself.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
Call them out in the motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Name them.
I will name them.
And one last thing, Chair, Megan, and Brendan, while you guys are on here in Region 1, this update, its diversity and subcontracting plans to promote use of minority business enterprise and construction hybrid 3. The only way that you can really be successful in that capacity is by ensuring that you're not forcing small contractors into low bid situations. And so I don't know how we articulate that, but we need to figure out ways how we can remove as much red tape as possible, because providing more creative ways of contracting and procuring opportunities, if this is what we're actually saying, then we need to stand by that and not create more and more barriers and opportunities for those smaller entities. I think when people think of small businesses, they think of like, 25 employees. When we're talking small, we're talking like, 1 to 5. And I do not want to create barriers and hurdles for those individuals who are going to need opportunities on this project the most. So I just wanted to put that on the record for you, and I would look to hear some follow-up from you on that one later.
Commissioner Brown, further comments?
None.
Are you ready to vote? All right, I will put on the table for further consideration and a vote. Well, first a second. This motion and condition that is before us, entitled Draft RQIP Hybrid 3 Motion and Conditions, with the following modifications. Condition 1 would strike the words Portland local government sources and add in its place the City of Portland, Metro, Multnomah County, TriMet, and other organizations in the Portland area or in Portland by July 1. And then I would strike condition 2 and make condition 3, as it appears here, condition 2. So that's my motion. Is there a second?
Chair Van Brocklin, I'll second the motion.
Okay, the motion's been moved and seconded. Further discussion? Okay, Vice Chair Simpson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you very much. More to come on this. I'd like to do the consent agenda. Orlando, when do we lose you? 3:40?
I had said 350. I was just trying to stretch it and be safe, so.
Okay, let's do the consent agenda, Director Strickler, and then take a, so how short a break can I get away with us taking? You need the whole
30 minutes. 30 minutes.
20 minutes.
The agenda says 30 minutes.
I thought it said 2:35 to 2:55. Is that wrong?
Maybe I just read 30 minutes this afternoon.
All right, 20 minutes. But first, let's do the consent agenda with your indulgence. And then for those coming up afterwards, which the next ones after the consent agenda will be items H and G, which are adoption or action items. I encourage you to cover the subject, but move us to the decision point as promptly as possible. Director Strickler, the consent agenda, and they're going to take 20 minutes. Whoops, can't hear you, Chris.
Let's try that again. You would think after all this time. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, once again, Chris Strickler, Director of the Oregon Department of Transportation. To your question, we will certainly move forward through the rest of the agenda with the appropriate amount of haste to try and put us on schedule. we can absolutely do that. And the break will allow me to have a conversation with the team. So at this point, I would offer consideration and request a motion to approve the consent agenda in block items 1 through 11.
Is there a
So
second?
moved, Commissioner Smith.
Is there a second?
Second by Commissioner Brown.
Okay. So any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Motion approved. Okay, we will come back at 3:30. And Chris, do your magic, because we're gonna start to get pretty thin here at 4.
Yep, we will definitely do so.
Okay, thank you. And I may have to go at about 4:20, so let's do the action items for sure.
Anybody know where our fearless leader is? Oh, there he is.
I am here. All right, Chris, tell us how we're going to proceed based on your caucus.
You bet, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, what I might suggest is going with the order you suggested at the beginning of the meeting. We would dive into agenda item H for about 5 minutes, then hit agenda item G, then move on to agenda item F, and move agenda item E, the update on the interstate bridge replacement, to the next meeting in November. All of that should allow us to conclude somewhere between the 4 p.m. and 4:15 time frame and allow for deliberation in the process.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Any objection by the commission to that approach? Okay. Go ahead. Who is next? Karen?
Yes.
Karen,
Hi,
hello.
Chair Van Brocklin.
Hello.
Commissioners. And you can hear me, which is great.
I can hear
I have a really short presentation. I was wondering if Sabrina can bring it up on the screen. So I will move through this much faster than originally planned. And if you have further topics that you'd like me to come back and go into depth, let me know. Hopefully we can still make a decision today on the direction. There is a letter in your package regarding the STIP amendment that I will be speaking about. So 217 is a project from House Bill 2017. The original House bill had northbound and southbound direction auxiliary lanes to be built as two separate projects. However, we combined them. Next slide. So I'm Karen Rowe, sorry, Delivery and Operations Division Administrator. And I'm jumping into the topic of our 217 project and additional funding request. I would say STIP amendment for additional funding. So this slide goes over the project, 7 miles, 10 interchanges. This project will relieve congestion, provide safety, and help pedestrians and bicyclists. Next slide. So I can come back and speak to this more, but the commodities for construction have gone up significantly in cost. Last 2 times this happened was 2011 and 2018. And if you can see the gray, orange, and yellow lines, that's where we are in 2021. Next slide. So what is in front of you today is the 217 STIP amendment. Our bids opened in August, at the end of August. We had 2 bidders. The low bid was Kerr Construction. And some of the factors, so then the bids came in and we needed an additional $20 million. So we estimated a total construction cost of $110 million, and it came out at around $130 million. That's bid items plus construction engineering costs. And it puts we need another $20 million to reach the program's funding level in order to award the project. So we have the $20 million. We have an additional $17 million from our federal redistribution. And Jeff Flowers is here to talk about that if you have any questions about it. But again, the annual federal redistribution is additional redistribution above our forecasted amounts. So this is additional money from the federal level that we weren't expecting, but as part of our traditional transportation funding. So we would add that $17 million into this project, plus $3 million for Region 1 Fix-It, and we'd be able to award it. And again, the factors for the higher bids are the longer construction duration, the market conditions for labor and materials, both the cost of materials and also the chain of supply. We had a very aggressive DBE goal, and also this is a pretty urban environment, so you had a lot of night construction requirements. Next slide. So with that, we're looking to the commission to give us approval for a STIP amendment where we will proceed to fund, award, and construct the 217 project with these funds.
Thank you, Karen. Are there questions from the commission on the proposal? Commissioner Smith?
How much money do we have left from the redistribution funds after the 17 million? What is this? What portion of this is that?
It's the full amount of the federal redistribution. Now, again, this is above and beyond what we thought would be allocated. Originally, I think the commission said that they were going to take any anticipated federal redistribution and put it towards fix-it funds on a statewide basis. However, we're recommending to take this and put it to the project. So yes, this is the only, this is all the funding that we would anticipate getting. But I will pause here just to see if Jeff Flowers, if I'm accurate in that assessment with Jeff Flowers.
Chair Van Brocklin, members of the commission, this is Jeff Flowers. I am the statewide investment section manager for ODOT. Karen did correctly state what has happened. We always have put in a forecast of redistribution. This year had a larger pool of redistribution nationally, and the 17 million was above our forecasted amount. And this 17 million is in total the entire amount of extra that was not put into our forecast.
Thank you, Jeff and Karen. Other questions? If not, I would take a motion on this.
I move approval of the STIP amendment as presented.
Commissioner Smith moves approval. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Vice Chair Simpson seconds. Further discussion? Okay, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Vice Chair Simpson?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you very much, Karen.
Thank you, Chair Van Brocklin. And I just wanted to touch on that I plan to come back at the next commission meeting and talk about the increase in market prices.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, that's very timely. So look forward to that.
Thank you
All right,
so much.
we're going to move on here to our next agenda item, which is item G.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Van Brocklin, members of the commission. For the record, this is Michael Rock. I manage ODOT's statewide transportation planning group. And thank you, Sabrina, for pulling up the slides. So we will be brief, given the time that we have, but we have a team here to talk about update to the Transportation Safety Action Plan for 2021 and are asking for your consideration to adopt that document at the end of our presentation. So my portion today will be very brief. I'm mainly here to introduce a couple team members who will talk about what the work that's gone into developing this plan, and really acknowledge the partnerships that we've had across the agency to develop the document, both with us in planning, with the staff from our safety office and stakeholders from outside of ODOT as well that contributed to this effort. And I thank them for their time. So next slide, please. I will cut to the chase on this one. Really, we have three kind of key points that we want to get across. We want to make sure you are understand and familiar with the work that went into the 2021 TSAP update, what our key takeaways and lessons learned were, and what we're taking moving forward into implementation, because that's really the important part of any plan is to say what you're going to do, but then follow through with those actions. And so Amy will highlight that. And then we have the request for the OTC to take action on the plan at the end. So next slide, please. So what is the Transportation Safety Action Plan? It is actually a unique document for us that wears two different hats. It has a state role, like many of our other statewide transportation plans, where it sets a vision, goals, policies, and strategies for what we want to do long-term as a state, but also plays a federal role with near-term actions, a very data-driven document, and all of this is trying to move us toward the TSAP vision of eliminating deaths and life-changing injuries on the transportation system. This was a vision that was set in the 2016 plan and still stands today as what we're working toward. So what we are presenting with this update is actually a five-year update for the work that was done in 2016. That was a full sort of strip down the plan to its framework and build up with new goals, policies, and strategies. And that's where that vision was established. The work that was done this time is a federally required 5-year check-in on how things are going. And so it was a focus update, and we'll talk about what that means here in just a second. The other important point to understand about the TSAP is, like many of our other plans, but probably even more so with safety, it's more than just an ODOT plan. It applies statewide. We rely on partnerships, stakeholders, local jurisdictions, many other state agencies across the state to make this happen. So we really rely and build on partnerships for developing the TSAP. So next slide, please. I mentioned that this is a focused update. It was designed to help us meet federal requirements, make sure we stay up to date on what we need to from a federal standpoint, but looking at it very much as a check-in to see how things have gone since 2016. And as you know, as a commission, there's been challenges on the safety front and that we needed this plan to take those on head on. So our main focus of this update was to take a look at the data and make sure we understand what the data is telling us over the last handful of years, understand the safety trends and challenges that that's pointing us to. We want to acknowledge work that's been done, take those off of the list of near-term actions where we can, add new ones on to help us address those safety problems where we want to add something to the list. So that was really what we mean by a focus update, is focus on those near-term 5-year actions. There's also been other changes since the plan was put in place in 2016, like the OTC Strategic Action Plan that we wanted to incorporate. And we heard a lot about the importance of our safety targets. And so there's a process that's in place to make sure we're being very transparent in a target setting for around our safety goals. So that was the main elements that we've hit on in this update. And I will turn it over to our project manager, Mary McGowan, to dive into just a little bit more detail on those key elements of the plan. Mary?
Great, thanks, Michael. Hopefully you can hear me okay. And Sabrina, you can go ahead and advance the slide. And for the record, my name is Mary McGowan. I'm a transportation planner and project manager for the TSAP update. And so I'll take a few moments to present on stakeholder engagement efforts, as well as outcomes of the crash analysis and highlighting some key planning takeaways as well. So key safety stakeholders and the general public were involved at key milestones throughout the update. COVID-19 limited our ability for in-person public outreach, but we provided other creative opportunities to seek input. And just a quick overview of some of the things we did. We led discussions with the agency leadership groups, internal staff groups, as well as advisory committees, conducted interviews with safety stakeholders, conducted an online survey, held virtual stakeholder workshops as well. And then lastly, we conducted a 45-day public review on the draft plan. So the TSAP was available for public review May 24th through July 9th of this year. And then an online public hearing was held on June 9th. It was hosted by the Oregon Transportation Safety Committee as well. You can go ahead and go to the next slide, Sabrina. And updating the TSAP requires an update of associated data and review of crash trends. The crash trend analysis that was prepared to inform the 2021 TSAP update included looked at updated safety data, recent historic trends related to crash types, crash severity, as well as possible contributing factors to those crashes. And before going through some of these takeaways of the crash trend analysis, I just want to acknowledge some of the dynamic context that's going on behind some of these numbers. And and then an increase in crash rates is not just an isolated occurrence. We did experience economic recovery, and this can result in increases in VMT as just more people are just traveling our system when looking at the two different reporting periods from what we did in 2016 and what was updated for 2021. Population growth can also result in increases in crashes. Oregon experienced about a 9.9% change from 2009 to 2018 in terms of population growth. And then I just want to acknowledge that this is a national trend and issue. Oregon is not alone in seeing an increase in fatal and serious injury crashes, and just recognize that other states are also troubled with the same issue. But as part of the 2021 TSAP planning process, our team did update the Oregon statewide crash data. So we updated to 2014 to 2018. And some of the highlights or the takeaways from it is that overall, Oregon reported an overall increase in fatal and serious injury crash events, and an increase in fatalities and serious injuries associated with those crashes as well. And this trend is similar to what's being reported on a national scale, as I mentioned. And when considering our most vulnerable travelers, we saw a spike related pedestrian and motorcyclist fatalities and serious injuries. As well, there was a reported shift to more urban related fatal and serious injury crashes. And this is likely due to an expanding urban areas as well as increasing populations in these areas. We also saw a reported increase in older drivers involved in fatal and serious injury crashes when looking at the two reporting periods. And this trend will likely continue as our population continues to age as well. And then lastly, I want to note that the most common attributes of fatal and serious injury crashes involve roadway departure as well as intersection fatal and serious injury crashes. And this is consistent throughout all the ODOT regions individually as well. You can go ahead and go to the next slide, Sabrina. As far as other planning takeaways, we heard that zero continues to be Oregon's vision, as Michael mentioned earlier, and this is for both state and local systems planning. Chapter 6 of the updated TSAP includes updated near-term emphasis area actions. So these are actions that we propose to take place over the next 5 years. And these move us in this direction. We conducted a complete overhaul of the short-term actions for this update to address the changing needs by evaluating the success of current programs that were in the 2016 TSAP and looking at gaps that need to be addressed moving forward. And we recognize to get to zero, we will need to make very aggressive policy changes. And this will be a critical element in the next TSAP update for 2026. As Michael mentioned, this was a more focused, data-driven update. The next item I'd like to point out is that we had, you can go ahead and stay on that theme. Go back, Sabrina. The second bullet there is that we had a confirmation of our emphasis areas. These are the four key thematic areas that we focus the near-term actions. So this really validates that we're continuing to work towards the right issues. And these include risky behaviors such as impaired driving or speeding, distracted driving, vulnerable users, our bicyclists and pedestrians and motorcyclists, for example, infrastructure, and this looks at intersection issues as well as roadway departure, and then improved systems that looks at data systems and reporting and training and education and other examples like that. So we're working towards the right issues. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. We also heard of a commitment to social equity was important. So this was added throughout the update. These elements were also reviewed by ODOT's Office of Social Equity. We conducted, as part of this TSAP update, we conducted an independent study solely focused on building an understanding of the disproportionate impacts of traffic safety in low income, as well as communities of Black, Indigenous, and persons of color. And this study particularly looked at pedestrian safety of these communities. And we'll continue to integrate these important concepts into the implementation of the TSAP, as well as future updates. So the plan. Pedestrian and bicyclist safety is a primary concern within the plan update. We did a complete overhaul of the pedestrian and bicyclist actions to address their specific unique needs and to address the concerns raised by both stakeholders and the results of the crash trend analysis that were part of this update process. And lastly, we convened 2 stakeholder workshops during the TSAP update to discuss performance measures and target setting processes. And through this engagement, we're moving forward with an annual target setting process, which looks a little bit different than what we've done for previous safety planning efforts. And we did this to improve transparency and accountability. And Amy will touch on this on the next slide in just a moment. And we're also about to initiate the development of an implementation plan to frame up the key elements of the TSAP. And this will help inform next steps following adoption. And this will include elements of the annual performance measure target setting process. So I want to go ahead and transition over to Amy she'll discuss our next steps with TSAP implementation.
Thank you, Mary. Chair and members of the committee, Amy Joyce, Administrator of the Driver and Motor Vehicle Services Division, of which the Transportation Safety Office is a part. If you could go to the next slide there. Oh, no, back to, sorry, I went the wrong direction. Back one more. That's the one, thank you. So the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Federal Highway Administration have 5 primary required safety performance measures, and they're shown here. Each of these performance measures are required to have an annual target, and the targets are based on a 5-year rolling average, and they're applicable to all Oregon roads, regardless of jurisdictional ownership or classification of that road. And it's described earlier by Mary. We at ODOT and our safety partners will convene annually to review the most recent crash data and assess the progress that we've achieved and confirm the target setting approach and new targets for the following year. The effort will be integrated with the annual Highway Safety Plan, or HSP, revision. That's led by the ODOT Transportation Safety Office and the Oregon Transportation Safety Committee, or OTSC. The new targets will also be integrated in the annual Highway Safety Improvement Program, or HSIP, and metropolitan planning organizations will also be invited to participate in the annual target setting exercise. Next slide, please. So we propose to develop an implementation action plan that would be initiated this month, assuming the OTC approves of the TSAP. We're anticipating that that work would be completed in early next year. This will include a draft work plan that reflects short-term and long-term implementation activities. Those will be prioritized based on their efficacy to reduce fatal and serious injury crashes. It will include identification of emphasis area actions and implementation leads, reporting liaisons, including the ODOT staff and the external partners. It will include monitoring and reporting of responsibilities to improve transparency and accountability. There will be a coordination of activities necessary to ensure adequate management of the implementation, and then details to implement the safety performance measures and target setting annual process. Next slide, please. So this is the timeline of the coming next steps. Again, approval by OTSC last month, hopeful approval adoption by you this month, and immediately beginning that implementation plan development. October, we would submit the TSAP to Federal Highway, and in spring of 2022, the TSAP annual target setting would begin again. And final slide, please. So the requested action of you today, commissioners, is we request the OTC consider adoption of the 2021 TSAP and to also consider adoption of the accompanying findings supporting the 2021 TSAP. Excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you all. Questions for the panel by commissioners? Hang on.
I don't have a question, Chair, but I have a comment.
Commissioner Brown.
I just wanted to thank the committee, the Transportation Safety Committee, and their work on this. I cut my teeth on that committee a few years back, and I know the work that goes into this plan. So just please let them know thank you from the commission for their due diligence on this.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other questions or comments? Commissioner Smith.
Yes, also I'd like to echo my thanks as well. And safety is such an important priority for the commission and I think ODOT. And it's so disheartening when we keep seeing these crash numbers increase. And it feels daunting to do as much as we can to make it better, but I applaud the efforts and we will need to continue to be creative and innovative to get the numbers moving in the right direction. And it's just not a simple solution. So I applaud your team for their work and keep working hard.
I join in those comments. This is really a top priority, and nothing is more important than the safety of people out there on the system. So it's complicated, it's critical to do everything we can do to drive the numbers in the right direction. So thank you all. Okay, we have a request for approval of the 21T SAP and accompanying findings. Is there such a motion?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to approve the 2021, oh, sorry, the 2021 Transportation Safety Action Plan update.
Okay.
And the findings.
And the findings. Yeah,
Sorry.
the lawyers love hearing that.
I want to make sure we include that. Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
Second, Commissioner Smith.
Second by Commissioner Smith. Further discussion? If not, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you all for your time. Thank you all for the work you do. Really critical.
Thank you.
And now we're on to, I believe, our last item for the day, since we're setting over the interstate bridge replacement briefing until the next meeting. And that is our key performance measures. And we have Assistant Director Cooper Brown with us. And we already had a comment on these this morning among our commenters. So maybe in the course of your comments, you could talk about, can we add GHG? And if so, how quickly?
You bet, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Cooper Brown, Assistant Director for Operations. Glad to be here with you. I will go through this pretty quickly in the interest of time. If I do start sounding like a livestock auctioneer, though, and you need me to slow down, let me know, and I will. But I'm here to give you an update on our agency's key performance measures, how we're faring, and some of the work we're doing to streamline and simplify and update the measures that we're using to evaluate our success as an agency. Next slide, please, Sabrina. So as a reminder, since the early 1990s, all Oregon state agencies have been required to establish key performance measures that are approved by the legislature. They are regularly updated, and they're intended to measure how we're doing as agencies on the most critical aspects of our department's work. House Bill 17 gave ODOT additional guidance, as you see on the slide, that established our agency's Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee, the CIAC, which I know many of you are familiar with from having sat on it. And the directive for the CIAC is to help us, ODOT, develop and refine our KPMs and provide an annual report card of sorts to you all, to the commission, and ultimately to the legislature on how we're doing. That report is the annual legislative progress report that was in your meeting materials. We also provided an executive summary for you, and I'm going to walk you through it real quickly. But the intent for today is to present this to you and garner any feedback that you have on the report or on any aspects of how we're doing. I'm also going to take the opportunity to talk about some of the overarching streamlining efforts we're doing as well to Angus Duncan's comments earlier today. So next slide, please. As you can see from this slide, and I think you've seen it before, it's a long and winding road to update key performance measures per the legislative statute. We are right smack dab in the middle of it right now. We're in September there, where the red guitar pick looking thing is, and we have, as I mentioned, the opportunity and requirement to update you all on how we're doing. And that report goes to the legislature later this month. It needs to be into the legislature to LFO specifically by the end of the month. Additionally, you'll see on the April circle there for next year of 2022, that's our opportunity to provide changes to KPMs. And we have a couple that we'd like to get initial feedback on, and we'll come back with early in next year to get any further feedback before we submit those. Next slide, please. So these are our current approved KPMs. We have 13 of them.
And over the past few KPM update cycles, we've been very intentional about trying to refine the number of KPMs down and focus in on the areas most reflective of the critical components of ODOT's work. With the strategic action plan that you approved late last year, we have an opportunity to further refine and integrate our KPMs to the strategic vision that you set for our agency. And I will talk a little bit about that in a second. I won't go through each of these, they're pretty self-explanatory, and I'll save the time to go through the ones that are frankly trending in the wrong direction to tell you more about how we're addressing that. Next slide, please. So here's the top line takeaway about those 13 KPMs. Of those, we have 7 that are on target and 6 that are off target. We have 7 that are steady or improving, trending in the right direction, and 6 that are worsening. It's probably worth reminding you here that KPMs for us are a bit like weather vanes. They tell us which way the wind's blowing, but they don't really tell us how strong the wind is. They don't give us our coordinates. They don't tell us if the barometric pressure is dropping. For all of that more detailed information that leads us to decisions, we look to our programmatic measures that we have. And we have many of those throughout our programs and throughout the agency, hundreds in fact. Yeah, maybe I'll just stop there on that slide and jump to the next one, please. So this quad chart goes a little bit deeper and shows how the breakdown of those 13 measures. So in the upper quadrant there, the upper left-hand quadrant, you see those measures that are on target and steady or improving. So those ones that are doing really well. If you look to the right, you see those that are off target but are improving. So we might not be meeting our goals on those 2 targets at the moment, but we're trending in the right direction. If you look at the lower left-hand corner of the quadrant rather, you'll see those that are on target but worsening. So those that we're still meeting our goals for, but are actually worsening and trending in the wrong direction, but we still have some room to go before we go beneath our goals. And then the red box shows those measures that are off target and worsening, which I'll walk you through here in a second. And that's really where we focused the executive summary and report. The other thing I'll flag there, you'll notice that the words are, some of them are gray and some of them are black, highlighted differently. That's really in an effort to indicate those measures which are less centrally or solely in our control as an agency to move the needle on. And of course, we live in a complex world where there's lots of interconnections. So you could argue that that's the case for all of our measures, but there are some that really are complicated by factors outside of ODOT's control. And that I'm not saying that as a way to lessen our responsibility. We certainly don't see it as that, but it's more of just a recognition of the fact that there are many different facets to positively impacting some of these areas. The other thing I'd note here is that some of our data that we use for these measures and then for the subsequent decisions we make, I believe it was Sarah Iannarone who mentioned it today in her public comment. We do have issues with getting timely data. In the safety space is one area where we're looking at how to shorten that timeline between when accidents happen and when we can be responsive. We talked a little bit about this, I believe, when we talked about the pedestrian improvement program a few months ago, but I would like to just put on the record that we are looking as an agency on how we can do that. And there's a lot of different pieces that I think are increasingly falling into place to help us address that gap, but we recognize it's something that we have to work on. Next slide, please. So these are the 4 measures that are off target and worsening. And I'll walk you through each of them. You can see the specifics of exactly what we're measuring. So for traffic fatalities and serious injuries, as was briefly mentioned in the last presentation, we're looking at fatalities and serious injuries per 100 million vehicle miles traveled. For passenger rail ridership, we're looking at the actual number of riders. And then for transit rides, average number of transit rides each year per Oregonian. And then for the customer satisfaction, that's looking across really the most customer-focused, customer-facing arms of our agencies. So think DMV, think Commerce and Compliance Division, and Ask ODOT, and looking at how we're doing and how customers are perceiving we're doing when they interact with us. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to go too much into detail on this one, since you did get the presentation just a moment ago on where we are with traffic fatalities and serious injuries. Of course, as you all reiterated, our goal is 0 fatalities, as is the goal in the TSAP, to get there by 2035. That's still where we want to go, and where we're going to strive to get to. Any fatality and serious injury is one too many. We all agree on that. The idea, though, is talked a little bit about in the last presentation, is that we set realistic interim targets, and you just got walked through how we do that to get us from where we are today to where we want to go, which of course is 0. And as you can see from this chart, we're trending in the wrong direction with the 2019 data that has come in. In 2018, we had combined 5.91 fatalities and serious injuries per 100 million BMT, and now we're up to 6.5. As Mary mentioned, this is part of a nationwide trend, but I believe Oregon's numbers are actually slightly higher than the national average. There are several factors that you were walked through a moment ago that are at play here, increasing impairment, specifically drug impairment. There's a decrease in emergency response times. There's several factors at play. Fatal crashes involving alcohol and drug use, excessive speed, street racing, lane departure, not wearing a safety belt. These are the most common causes of fatalities on our roadways here in Oregon. There's a number of things we do to address this as an agency. We look at what we can provide in terms of infrastructure improvements. So think about things such as installing cable barriers, rumble strips, pedestrian crossings, left turn refuges, and the like, or even identifying certain high risk corridors as safety corridors. We also do a lot on the education and training front, provide statewide multi-platform outreach and education campaign every year, including running special event windows for such things as distracted driving, work zone safety, back to school, and impaired driving. You've probably heard some of the jingles. I heard one just last month on my Pandora station, or seen the billboards out there. But this is another area where we focus and will continue to, as well as providing emergency medical services and incident response and enforcement support. We support training for volunteer EMTs in rural communities by providing scholarships to continuing education workshops. As well, we provide grants to law enforcement agencies to pay for traffic enforcement training and outreach materials. These are what I'd characterize as kind of the bread and butter safety activities that we will always do. Additionally, though, we've initiated and energized, I think, some significant efforts to address the uptick more recently that we've seen in fatal and serious injuries, and some of these you're going to be familiar with. The two that I'd flag is on the pedestrian front. As you'll likely recall, back in May, you approved ODOT standing up our Improving Pedestrian Safety Initiative, which is that $10 million going towards those immediate safety improvements on those roadways that are in intersections that are demonstrated, have a demonstrated trend of pedestrian related incidents. That is in response to the uptick that I believe Mary mentioned in the last presentation to the vulnerable users and the increase of fatalities and serious injuries we're seeing among that demographic. The work in that program that you all approved back in May, that's for those critical corridors, that's moving well, and in fact nearing completion. As part of this work, I'll remind you, we're also relooking at our safety programs with an eye towards being more responsive to the emerging pedestrian safety trends. And we're going to report back to you over the coming months on how we're doing there and what the long-term strategy is. I believe it was also mentioned in the last presentation that intersections is one area where we see a lot of fatalities. And we've done some exciting work here. Our team has done great work with a broad range of stakeholders to better understand which intersections on our system might benefit from more unique intersection designs, namely roundabouts. And while there are many issues to work through, from community acceptance to freight movement, roundabouts are becoming a more widely accepted and utilized tool in ODOT's toolbox in certain corridors, on certain corridors. And this does stand to have significant impact on safety. Recent data that I've seen shows that roundabouts reduced by up to 90% fatal and serious injury crashes. So there is some work there that we're following through on as well to address this troubling trend. Next slide, please. Passenger rail ridership in 2020 was down to about a quarter of our goal, as you can see on the chart. No surprise, the major factor was COVID and accompanying travel restrictions. Just a quick reminder, WashDOT and ODOT, we jointly run the Amtrak passenger rail service in the Pacific Northwest, Cascades, Amtrak Cascade service. And so we're working together on a number of ways to increase ridership. We have added an additional Amtrak Cascades round trip between Eugene and Seattle, and an additional round trip between Seattle and Portland, getting us up to 2 a day now. And that happened back in the spring of this year. So we're coming out of the COVID time, and we're increasing our service levels to what they were before. This schedule enables us to enables folks to use the service more because there's just more options for them. We're executing a marketing plan with WashDOT as well, in conjunction with the service level increases, to raise awareness on the precautionary health measures that we're taking and continue to take, because we're not out of the COVID woods. And so that's an important way to get folks onto trains. We've also reached a pretty significant milestone with a record of decision from the Federal Railroad Administration for a corridor investment plan for the 130 miles of the Oregon segment of the Pacific Northwest Rail Corridor. And this is significant because it allows us to compete for federal funding for infrastructure investments. And so it's a pretty big win for us, and I think it's going to go a long way to helping us improve this mode of transportation. Next slide, please. As you no doubt recall, here back in 2019, the statewide Transportation Improvement Fund began funding new and expanded transit service. And of course, last year in May, we entered the state of emergency, and all of the associated restrictions, similar to passenger rail, obviously resulted in swift and significant decrease to transit ridership numbers. Based on the governor's guidance, transit providers, as I think many of you well know, drastically reduced, adjusted, and even suspended service for a large chunk of last year. Most TIF funded expansions were also put on hold because of that. Since then, transit agencies have been returning to near normal service by implementing the governor's guidance for reopening public transportation and looking at creative solutions to keep riders and staff safe. We've seen that ridership began slowly increasing during the latter part of 2020, and most services are back to pre-COVID levels. This said, due to ongoing physical distancing requirements, most buses have limited seating and are operating at half capacity. Additionally, and I think you'll recall, we did receive 3 rounds of federal emergency COVID relief funds that went to public transit service providers, and those have significantly helped offset the lost revenue and increased service costs associated with the pandemic. So those have been significant lifesavers. But we're going to continue to assess what the pandemic holds in terms of ridership and adjust this target accordingly. Next slide, please. The final one I'll walk you through real quick is customer satisfaction around DMV, commerce and compliance, and Ask ODOT. As you can see here, we're very close to our target, but we're a few percentage points below our 90% goal. We believe part of this dip is a result of DMV's major computer system upgrade in January 19 that changed business processes. For a while, the team there and field office employees were having to kind of double dip and use both the legacy driver system and the new vehicle system. And that contributed to longer wait times and likely these lower customer satisfaction scores. But we're doing a number of things to get up above our goal. On the DMV front, these include expanding our online portal and the services provided there. And that online portal is DMV 2U, which is a catchy little name. You can now get your driver's licenses and ID cards through that service. We're going to be putting in self-service kiosks at convenient locations around the state. So think of like grocery stores to bring DMV to people where they are. Pursuing online testing and some interesting kind of artificial intelligence chatbots and other things to really leverage technology to get a better service for the customers. As well, DMV is realigning the organizational structure and creating an innovation and planning service group that's going to be charged with looking at these types of issues for the long term. On the commerce and compliance front, there's been a realignment with the Salem section to maximize the availability of phone analysts, because so much of the work in the commerce and compliance and motor carrier space is done through those phone analysts, but as well extended and expanded new service online, which includes the ability to upload inspections and do some of the fleet management there as well. So some significant strides we've made there too, really leveraging technology. So that's what we're doing there. Let's go to the next slide, please. And I'm going to quickly, because I know we're running short on time, I'll fly through this, but I did want to touch on it because it does go to Angus Duncan's points about where we are with our strategic action plan. So as you see from this slide, we have a lot of measures out there. We have our key performance measures, and I've talked through what those are. We have our strategic action plan measures, we have programmatic measures, and we have federal measures. The bottom line is that we are looking very intentionally and leveraging our CIAC to help us do this, but looking at how we streamline and integrate these measures to the greatest effect, and making them less confusing and more reflective of in totality, those things that we care about as defined in the strategic action plan. Next slide, please. So this is an opportunity to Mr. Duncan's point to bring forward measures around climate, more explicit measures around equity, and other areas that we certainly care about and that we're moving aggressively towards, and integrate those in a more kind of simplified manner. These are the three kind of threads, if you will, or spaghetti noodles of efforts that we have here: the KPMs, the federal measures, and the strategic action plan measures. And the idea is to braid them or streamline them into really having one set of measures that rules them all and can serve as our key performance measures, can provide much of the federal reporting that we have to provide, and also be that simplified gauge to tell us how we're doing on the strategic action plan. So that work is moving forward. I'd be happy to come back and talk with you in more detail, but we're having good conversations at the CIAC table on that front. Next slide, please. This just shows that it's going to be an iterative process for us to do this as we look at updating the strategic action plan at the end of next year. We're talking about how do we think more holistically about where our KPMs sit, which ones are in change or likely to be changed, and which ones we can change, and how that informs the strategic action plan measures that we put forward to you all to discuss towards the end of next year. So this is just a bit of that timeline. Next slide, please. Finally, there's 2 of these 13 KPMs that we would like to change. One is our pedestrian and bicycle measure, and the second is DMV service index measure. I'll start with the DMV one. Currently, it's basically an outdated, antiquated measure at the moment, because so much of the work, as I just mentioned now, and so much of the interaction with customers happens online. Having a measure that looks only at the wait time that folks experience coming into the office, that's not really reflective of all the ways that customers interact with DMV. And so what we're proposing is a more nuanced service index that looks at how long it takes someone to get phone service, how long it takes them to do title transactions over the internet, how long it takes them as well to get service when they come into an office after they enter the lobby, because we're also in a different space than we were when the measure was created, and we have appointments now. And so it's in dire need, we argue, of some updates. So that's the gist there. And then on the pedestrian and bicycle measure, this one's really about having a more nuanced way to look at our pedestrian and bicycle investments across our system, and not just look at the amount of miles per urban state highways, which changes as jurisdictional transfers happen, as urban areas become designated. And it's really more about identifying what are those high priority areas for these kinds of investments based on demographics and the folks that use those facilities more, which we have data on, as we've talked about in the past, and to really target our investments there. So that's the gist of that one. For both of these, our intent would be to bring them back to the legislature in early next year but we wanted to take the opportunity when I thought I had more time with you to get your initial thoughts. Since we don't have that much time, if you'd like us to come back and talk about them early next year, we're happy to. But our plan was to put them on the consent calendar and have you endorse them then. So a lot of information. I went a little over. My apologies. But that's where we are on KPMs. Happy to answer questions in the time remaining. And what we're looking for, just to be crystal clear, is any thoughts, comments on our report, how we're doing. You don't have to formally approve it, but we did want to make sure that we brought it to you and you had some time to hear this work and give us any feedback that you have. Thank you much.
Thank you, Cooper. So, I mean, on these two new ones replacing old ones, I would certainly support those if others would. That is something we could do right now if there's support for it on the commission.
One caveat, Mr. Chair, if I may, excuse me, the one caveat I'd give there that I didn't mention is they're being finalized over the next couple months. And the gist of them, I don't think will change. The exact wording might. And so if you'll indulge us and let us bring them back to you in their final form, which again, I think is going to look remarkably like these in early next year, that'd probably be the most efficient way to do it.
Okay, that sounds fine. I guess I would just say that personally, I support them in spirit. I think they're the right kinds of changes to be making and modernizing them. So questions or comments for Cooper about KPM? I guess my biggest comment, and then I'll just quickly make it and then turn to Sharon, but I think there's a continuing battle here between requirements to report back to various other entities that you've referred to and trying to prioritize, truly prioritize. And so they seem to be a little bit fighting each other. And there's nothing we can do if there's a federal requirement to report. We have to keep track of the data and report it. But I don't know what the answer is. Maybe if we could cluster some of them, get them in a different form. I don't know what the answer is, but I do think that it's a lot for the agency to keep track of. And I candidly, I find it to be a little bit of a metaphor for one of ODOT's biggest challenges, which is to prioritize when you have so many people expecting so much. I know it's a 4,800 person agency, but it's got an extremely broad scope. That we're not going to fix that probably, but anything we can do to try and facilitate greater prioritization, because if we're just if everything's important, then pretty soon nothing is really directional. It's we're not actually doing. It's hard to do transformative work when you're just kind of keeping on top of 400 things. That's my kind of concern with the KPMs.
I couldn't agree with you more, sir. If you prioritize everything, you're prioritizing nothing. It's certainly true, and I think that is something we recognize. On your comment about there are certain requirements that are going to be out there, and we're going to have to report back to the feds in some of these areas, and we recognize that. But there is an opportunity, I think, for us to look at some of those measures that are going to be or some of those requirements that are going to be enduring, and see if they can scratch multiple itches, for lack of a better term, in order to streamline. And then also it's that piece of being really intentional about what we measure is what we care about. I believe a little bit to Mr. Duncan's point earlier today, and we do care about climate. And so we have to streamline in a way to be more explicit and clear about those things that we care about as an agency, and not just have everything in the kitchen sink, which we recognize is how we are in some spaces.
Mr. Smith?
Actually, Cooper sort of answered or responded to my comment, which was going to be, at some level, we need to figure out how we want to measure our progress on climate change and reduction in greenhouse gases.
Yeah.
And I think as we work towards streamlining all of these reporting requirements, I want to make sure that there is a measurement that we think is a good measurement on the efforts that we're making. And we are trying to go in that direction. It's not going to be as fast as stopping all highway construction overnight, but I think we need to move with greater deliberate speed. And so let's make sure we measure that.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think I've said it in prior meetings. I really think we need to have some kind of meaningful measurement. And we've got an indices here, and we've got a measurement to be made that is called out for in most recently, the governor's executive order is one of the two things, along with electrification, that are priorities on climate for ODOT that are specific to ODOT. There's a bunch of stuff that is all agencies need to be doing in her EO. So it's one of the two things that are special, specifically called out for ODOT to do, in addition to the kind of standard things that are in the executive order. It seems like we need to measure both of them. Electrification, how do we measure electrification? I mean, are we actually, do we actually have a path to get from partial electrification to more comprehensive electrification, so that people get comfortable that buying an electric car will allow you to get around? You'll be able to get around the state if you buy one or lease one or whatever you do. If we don't have that, if we can't address that anxiety about, distance anxiety, that I'm going to get out somewhere and I can't get my car recharged, then fewer people are going to do it. And if that, we want to get fewer internal combustion engines out there, then we got to reassure people, which means we got to have a plan, and we got to measure it and say, 50% of the state is, or whatever the measurement is, all major highways, you can go no more than 100 miles without, there being a charging station. Whatever that measurement's going to be, and those may not even be close to what it should be, but we ought to be measuring. So I agree with Commissioner Smith.
Chair, if I may.
Sure.
I think one of the things that is really interesting during 2017, when we were looking at the funding for transit, all of the performance measures are based on what the Federal Transit Administration collects in their data pool to look at ridership. And ridership is great, but I don't think that it's going to help us in the conversation with greenhouse gas reduction, other than, we don't have a planning tool that ODOT has been able to put together that really measures the impact of transit, light rail, passenger rail to reduction in greenhouse gases. And I think that that's the piece that we're going to have to look at some point, and look at our matrix and how we're collecting that data. And to me, the data that we actually collect now is meaningless for transit. So like when you're looking at the ridership, the reduction is not coming back on transit right now. It's 50+% is down in ridership across the state of Oregon due to COVID. And until, universities, schools are back in session in-person learning, and we can lift the social distancing on buses, you're not going to see that move. It's going to stay there.
Yep.
At that level. And so some of the conversations in the past is, we were basing funding on the levels of ridership, and that may not be where we need to be focusing. Maybe it's on the reduction of vehicles in the community, et cetera. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I worry about what we're measuring, and I also really worry about ridership, because we are putting a lot of emphasis on trying to change the mode split. And if we can't, so 4% of riders generally statewide riding, or at least that's the number in the metro area, it's 4%. and it really hasn't moved much. And it's 12% in Vancouver. So how do you get from 4 to 12%? And I bet it's not 12% in Vancouver anymore because of COVID. So I think you're right. So if we're doing it for mode split, that's one thing. If we're doing it for GHG reduction, that's a different goal.
Which I think if we look at our strategic,
different.
right, and as we move forward, when we're working on our strategic action plan and we're talking about this in the future and talking about the governor's order, we're going to have to address this. We're gonna have to look at it differently, I think. And I think that the matrix is going to change.
Yeah. I think this is a conversation to be continued. There's a lot here. I know the CIAC is looking at it. I think we need a longer conversation about these, and we need a longer conversation about GHG specifically in terms of what are our goals, how are we trying to get there, what are we investing in, are we making things happen, and are we moving the needle? And if, best intentions, but if we're not moving the needle, and that's got to be measured somehow, as Sharon was saying, we need to make sure we're actually, efficacy of effort here is really critical, because if we're not effective, we need to change and do something else, because we have to get people, we just need to reduce carbon, and we need to figure out how to do that. And if we're trying programs that aren't working or are high centered, or there are new factors like Commissioner Brown's mentioning, then we got to rethink it.
Certainly, and we're happy to come back and talk to you more. I know the team's doing a lot of thinking in this space, and Suzanne is aboard now, and she will be added into that thinking group about what we can do. The one thing I would just put on the table, part of the challenge we face as an agency, it does go back to what was mentioned in the public comments about data and what we use and what we have and how quickly we can get it to then inform decisions. Yeah. And that is a constraining factor in some of these spaces, and is getting the data. So to my mind, a lot of it does point back to we got to crack the code on that a little bit. And we are making headway. We've established an agency chief data officer that will be coming aboard, the first for a state agency. And this is similar to the chief data officer that the enterprise recently hired not too long ago. And it's the trend that we're seeing nationally. And we've done we've hired some outside consultants to come in and look at how we do data as an agency and where we can improve. And I think that'll go a long way. And it's a big piece of how we can then have a more kind of blue sky exercise of what are those measures that touch multiple of these goals that you're talking about, and do we have the data to support them? So just so you know, that's ongoing work as well. We can come back and paint that picture for you when we have more time.
I appreciate that. I'd like to close by one upbeat comment, because I know it's been a serious meeting, but I anticipate by the end of this month, we will have a 5th commissioner confirmed, and that person will be on the commission going forward. So Orlando's not here right now. We got our new commissioner. We're back to 5. And so I think we ought to start teeing up some things that we want to focus in on in the coming meetings that relate to now being a full commission of 5. And if there's some kind of initial things we want to introduce to the new commissioner, let's kind of prioritize what we want to be talking about in these next few meetings. So we spend a little bit of time educating. I'm anticipating her as she learns what are the things we're really trying to focus in on. So I'm looking forward to that. So that's my ending on a bright note. And I think it's been so long since we've had 5 people on this commission that we've almost gotten used to being a quartet, but we're going to go back to being a quintet. So it's coming, or she's coming. Okay. So I'll, absent any must make comment, I will, any last have to make comments for today. All right. Well, great meeting, and I appreciate you guys enduring the kind of the tension, time stress at the end of it. Thank you, and we're adjourned.